Hello, and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. In the late summer of the year we now reckon as 480 before Christ, on the flat sacred rock at the heart of Athens that the Greeks called simply the Acropolis, the high citadel, a Persian army under the command of King Xerxes finally broke through the last defenders of a shrine that had stood, in one form or another, on that same rock for longer than anyone in the city could actually remember. The Athenians themselves were mostly gone by then, evacuated by ship to the nearby island of Salamis on the advice of an oracle and the stubborn insistence of a general named Themistocles, so that the only people left to watch the Persians pour across the sacred rock were a small, desperate garrison of the old, the poor and the devout men and women who had chosen to trust in a wooden palisade and the protection of the city's own patron goddess, rather than abandon her temple to a foreign army, and who were killed, nearly all of them, in the fighting that followed. The Persians burned everything. They burned the older temples standing on that rock, tore down the half-finished marble of a new one the Athenians had only begun building a few years before, smashed the painted statues that had stood watch over the sanctuary for generations, and set fire, in the final and most symbolically total act of that whole day's destruction, to the sacred olive tree that grew beside the goddess's own oldest shrine, a tree the Athenians believed had stood on that exact spot since the very beginning of their own city's existence. Planted, the story went, by the goddess herself in the same instant she had won the right to give Athens her own name. By any ordinary reckoning, that tree should have been finished. Olive wood does not simply grow back from ash, and a trunk burned down to a blackened stump, its roots scorched along with everything else on that same devastated summit, has no ordinary reason to do anything other than die where it stands. And yet the historian Herodotus, writing within a lifetime of these events and drawing, by his own account, on testimony from Athenians who had actually walked that ground themselves, tells us that when the priests and priestesses of the goddess returned to the ruined Acropolis the very next day, sent up by the fleet at Themistocles' own order to make what offerings they still could, even amid the wreckage they found rising out of the same blackened and apparently lifeless stump, a single new shoot already grown a full cubit high, roughly the length of a grown man's forearm in the space of one single night. It is worth pausing on how the Athenians who heard this news actually understood it, because they did not treat it as a pleasant coincidence of botany. An ordinary olive tree's own considerable resilience, reasserting itself in the ordinary way old root systems sometimes do, even after a fire has taken everything visible above the ground. They understood it, immediately and without any apparent hesitation, as a sign, a message sent directly from the goddess whose own tree it was, proof, arriving at the single lowest and most frightening moment in the whole history of their city, that she had not abandoned them, that whatever the Persians had just burned to the ground, the actual root of what mattered most had survived underneath it the whole time, waiting only for the smoke to clear before it grew back toward the light on its own. That goddess was Athena, and the whole of tonight's long story is going to be spent asking a single, deceptively simple question about her. What did it actually mean to the people who built an entire civilization in her name, and who watched, in the darkest year of their own history, for a sign that she still favoured them, to call this particular deity, out of the whole crowded and quarrelsome family of gods the Greeks worshipped, the wisest being their own heaven had ever produced? It is a claim this whole tradition made about her again and again, in temple inscriptions and in tragedy, and in the ordinary daily speech of a people who invoked her name whenever they needed cleverness rather than force, and it is a claim worth taking seriously enough tonight to actually examine rather than simply accept, because wisdom, of every quality the ancient world ever assigned to any of its gods, is the hardest one to prove and the easiest one to merely assert. Let us say the thesis plainly here at the very beginning, the way we like to on this channel so that you know the shape of the whole long night that is coming. Athena's claim to being the wisest of the Greek gods was never built on any single gift, any single myth, any single triumph the way a simpler story might prefer to tell it. It rests instead on an entire architecture of different and overlapping kinds of intelligence that this one goddess somehow held together inside a single figure across 1,000 years of worship and story. A birth that gave her, from her very first conscious instant, a maturity no other god or mortal in this whole tradition was ever granted without first living through it. A form of warfare built on discipline and strategy rather than on Ares' own mindless appetite for slaughter. A patronage over every kind of skilled human craft, from weaving to shipbuilding to the cultivation of a single tree that would go on to feed an entire civilization. A role, more than once, as the personal guide and rescuer of this tradition's own cleverest mortal heroes. And at the very centre of tonight's whole case, a single, radical piece of legal and civic invention, a courtroom built from nothing on a bare Athenian hillside, that this tradition credits her with inventing more or less from scratch, and that would go on, in ways the goddess herself could never have anticipated, to shape the actual legal architecture of the modern world you're listening to this story inside of right now. We're going to walk through every one of those claims tonight, one at a time, and weigh them honestly against Athena's own very real coldness, her own very real cruelty toward more than one mortal who crossed her path at exactly the wrong moment, because a goddess this celebrated for her wisdom, we will find, was never quite as warm or quite as merciful as her own reputation for good judgment might lead a first-time listener to assume, and the gap between the wisdom Athena actually practiced and the wisdom later ages chose to remember her for is, in its own way, the most honest part of this entire story. It is worth naming too, before we go any further, exactly how much ground a case built this way actually has to cover, because Athena is not a goddess who left behind one great tidy epic and a handful of scattered fragments, the way some other figures in this tradition did. Her own footprint runs through the very first hours of the cosmic order Zeus established after his own war against the Titans, through the founding legend of the single most influential city the ancient Greek world ever produced, through the private griefs and private triumphs of mortal weavers and mortal seers and mortal kings who never asked to be caught inside her particular judgment, through the whole 10 years of the war fought at Troy and the whole further decade of wandering that followed it, and through a body of cult worship, temple architecture and civic law so genuinely foundational to the ancient world's own understanding of itself that echoes of it are still, whether we notice them or not, built into the courtrooms and the university seals and the ordinary language of the world we live in tonight. It is a case that asks a considerable amount of patience of you this evening, and it is worth thanking you for it now, before we even properly begin, because the goddess at the centre of it earned, by any honest accounting, every bit of the space she's about to take up in the hours ahead. Before we drift into the rest of this long story together, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, because that is the only reason I would ever want you to. Please subscribe to this channel and help us in reaching 1,000 subscribers, a small milestone that would mean a great deal to this little corner of the internet. These stories also go up first on Spotify for creators now, before they arrive anywhere else, so if you would rather listen there, or simply want to catch the next one a little early, the link is waiting for you down in the description whenever you're ready for it. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments below. It is a small thing, but it helps other restless, sleepless people find their way to this little corner of the internet. And there is something quietly comforting about knowing that somewhere out there, in a different time zone, under a different sky, a stranger is settling into their own bed tonight listening to this same slow unspooling of history. So get comfortable now. Let your shoulders drop. Let your eyes soften, even if they stay open a while longer yet. Turn the light down if you can, and let yourself sink into the long, quiet, clear-eyed story of Athena, goddess of wisdom, and of why, across 1,000 years of worship and war and myth, the Greeks came to believe she was the sharpest mind their whole crowded heaven had ever produced, a birth with no childhood at all. To understand the particular shape of Athena's wisdom, the thing that made it different from every other kind of intelligence this tradition ever assigned to any of its gods, we have to begin at the single strangest birth in the whole of Greek mythology, a birth that gave her something no other being in this entire tradition, divine or mortal, was ever granted. A full and complete mind, already formed, already armoured, already capable of reasoned judgment, arriving into the world with no infancy at all standing between her and it. The story begins, as so many of this family's own stories do, with a prophecy, and it is worth naming that prophecy plainly, because it explains everything that follows. Zeus, not long after securing his own throne in the long war against the Titans, this whole tradition has already told in full on other nights, took as his first wife a Titaness named Metis, a granddaughter of the ocean itself and a being whose very name, in the Old Greek, meant something considerably more specific and considerably more interesting than the vague, general word wisdom that most modern translations reach for. Metis meant cunning intelligence, practical shrewdness, the particular kind of quick, resourceful cleverness that lets a smaller or weaker party outthink a larger and stronger one. And it was Metis herself, we should remember, who had once prepared the very potion that forced Cronus to disgorge his own swallowed children, the single decisive act of cleverness that had made Zeus's entire rebellion against his father possible in the first place. Zeus did not marry Metis by accident. He married the personification of the exact quality that had already saved his own life once before, and it is worth sitting with that detail for a moment, because it means the story of Athena's birth is, from its very first line, also a story about where cleverness itself was believed to actually come from. It was Gaia and Uranus together, the earth and the sky, the oldest and most reliable prophetic voices in this entire family's history, who warned Zeus of what Metis's pregnancy actually meant. Metis, they told him, was destined to bear 2 children in succession. First a daughter, equal to her father in courage and in wise counsel, and then, if she were ever permitted to conceive a second time, a son who would grow to overthrow Zeus himself and rule in his place. Exactly the same fate that had once toppled Uranus, and then, in its own turn, toppled Cronus, a family curse this whole tradition has already shown you playing out twice before tonight's own story ever properly begins. It is worth pausing on how familiar this moment should already feel to anyone who has listened to this channel describe either of those 2 earlier falls, because Zeus, hearing this same prophecy, chose to answer it in a way that echoes his own father's and his own grandfather's worst instincts almost exactly, and it would be dishonest of this telling to pretend otherwise, simply because the story is about to turn out, in Zeus's own case, considerably better for everyone involved. Uranus buried his own threatening children in the dark of the earth. Cronus swallowed his own threatening children whole, and Zeus, warned that his own wife carried a threat inside her, chose, when Metis's first pregnancy had nearly come to term, to swallow Metis herself entirely, tricking her, in most tellings of this story, into shrinking herself down small enough to be consumed with a single mouthful, ending, in one single stroke, both the danger of the prophesied son and, so Zeus apparently believed, his own wife's own separate and independent existence. It is worth naming honestly what that act actually was, because this telling is not going to soften it, simply because its outcome eventually produces a beloved and celebrated goddess. Zeus consumed his own pregnant wife, a being who had never once acted against him, and who had, if anything, already proven her loyalty by helping to free his own siblings from Cronus' stomach a generation earlier, purely because a warning about a hypothetical future son made her continued independent existence feel, to him, like an intolerable risk. It is a choice this tradition never once condemns him for outright. The same moral silence this whole family's history has shown us again and again whenever a father's fear is weighed against a wife's or a child's own right to simply exist. And it is worth naming that silence for what it is rather than passing over it politely, because it means the goddess of wisdom this whole night is about to celebrate was, from the very first act of her own story, already the product of a father's anxious and unilateral violence, rather than of any gentler origin the word wisdom might otherwise suggest to a modern listener. But Meti, swallowed rather than killed outright, did not simply vanish, and it is worth pausing on what the old sources tell us she actually did instead, because it is one of the strangest surviving images in the whole of this tradition. Metis, we are told, lived on inside Zeus's own body, and there, in the dark, exactly as her own daughter's later namesake quality would demand, she did not despair or rage uselessly against her confinement, but set immediately to work at the one thing she had always done best, quietly and cleverly counselling the very god who had swallowed her, whispering advice into his own thoughts from somewhere inside his own skull, so that Zeus, from that moment forward, carried his own wife's cunning intelligence permanently welded into his own mind, a strange and rather uncomfortable arrangement that this tradition presents, without much apparent irony, as an improvement on Zeus's own native judgment, rather than as the ongoing captivity it also, quite plainly was. Some months later, the old sources tell us, Zeus was struck by a headache unlike anything he had ever experienced, a pain so total and so unrelenting that it brought the king of the gods, victor of 2 entire cosmic wars, to his knees, and it is worth pausing on the sheer, almost comic strangeness of that image, before the story resolves into something considerably more dignified, because it means the single most celebrated birth in the whole of Greek mythology begins with the single most powerful being in the entire cosmos, writhing in an agony none of his assembled court could initially explain or ease. Zeus called for help, and it was Hephaestus, the lame god of the forge whose own considerable skill this whole tradition never once questions, even when it questions almost everything else about him, who was finally summoned to attend his own father, and who understood, or was told, or simply guessed correctly, exactly what needed to be done. Hephaestus took up his own great axe, the very tool of his own trade, and struck his father's skull open along the seam of that unbearable pain, and it was from that same opened wound, not blood but a daughter, that Athena emerged into the world. It is worth pausing, at real length, on exactly how the old sources describe that emergence, because no other birth in the whole of this tradition is ever painted in quite these terms. Athena did not emerge as an infant, helpless and unformed the way every other being in this entire family's history, divine or mortal, had always previously entered the world. She emerged already fully grown, already dressed in a full suit of gleaming armour she had apparently forged or been given somewhere inside her father's own body, before ever drawing an independent breath, spear already in hand, shield already raised, and she emerged, the old poets tell us, not with an infant's cry but with a full-throated war shout, a sound so immediate and so commanding that it is said to have shaken the whole of Olympus, to have made the sea itself churn and the sun momentarily halt its own course across the sky, in what this tradition clearly wants us to understand as genuine cosmic astonishment. The Homeric hymn, composed in her own honour, describes the assembled gods themselves standing in a kind of stunned, reverent silence at the sight of her, a goddess arriving fully armed into the very heart of Olympus, with no childhood at all, standing between her first breath and her full, adult capability, wisdom itself. This tradition wants us to understand in the most literal possible way, arriving into the world already finished rather than needing, the way every mortal mind and every other god's mind before her had needed, to be slowly and imperfectly built up over years of ordinary living. It is worth naming too that this same hymn places the actual site of her emergence, not vaguely somewhere on Olympus at all, but specifically beside a river the poem calls Triton, a name several ancient sources connect to a lake in the region of Libya, far to the south of Greece itself, a detail worth sitting with for a moment, because it means this tradition's own earlier surviving account of her birth locates that single most consequential event at the very edge of the known world its own audience could actually imagine, as far as possible, geographically, from the ordinary settled centre of Greek life, a goddess arriving fully formed not in the heart of everything familiar, but at the furthest reachable rim of it. It is worth pausing too on the sheer physical strangeness of what Hephaestus's own axe had actually done, because this tradition never once suggests that opening a skull with a blow of that same force should have produced anything other than an ordinary fatal wound, and it is worth naming honestly that no ancient source ever really explains how or why Zeus himself survived an injury that would have killed any mortal or any lesser god outright. A small and rarely acknowledged gap in the story this evening is not going to pretend to fill with any confident explanation of its own, because the old poets themselves apparently felt no need to explain it either. Content, this whole evening's own earlier discussion of this tradition's own comfort, with unresolved contradiction, has already shown you, to let a single miraculous birth simply be miraculous, rather than searching for any more mechanically satisfying account of exactly how it actually worked. It is worth sitting with what that particular kind of birth actually means for everything else. This whole long night is going to tell you about her, because it sets Athena apart in one single stroke from nearly every other significant figure in the whole of this tradition. Zeus himself spent his infancy hidden in a cave, nursed by a goat, guarded by armed attendants clashing their shields together to muffle his own infant cries, growing to manhood slowly and only then returning to free his own siblings and fight his own war. Even Dionysus, the other god this tradition remembers as born in some genuinely unusual fashion, sewn into his own father's thigh after his mortal mother's death, still emerged eventually as an infant requiring nurses and a hidden, protected childhood before he could take his own place among the Olympians. Athena alone, of every major figure in this entire tradition, was granted no such interval at all, no years of learning, no mistakes made and slowly corrected, no gradual accumulation of the kind of hard-won practical knowledge that every other wise figure in human storytelling, mortal or divine, is ordinarily assumed to need. Her wisdom, this single extraordinary birth insists, was never something she came to acquire. It was something she simply was from her very first conscious instant, a completeness this tradition never grants to any other character we have ever followed in this room, and it is worth carrying that strangeness forward into everything else tonight is about to tell you, because a wisdom that arrives fully formed, with no visible cost and no visible labour behind it, is a considerably stranger and considerably more unsettling kind of gift than the more familiar, more human story of wisdom earned slowly through error and experience. And this whole tradition, whether or not it ever says so outright, seems to have understood that strangeness too, since so much of what Athena actually does across the rest of tonight's story involves her extending to others, in small and carefully rationed doses, exactly the kind of hard-won practical cleverness that she herself, by the plain circumstance of her own birth, never once had to earn for herself at all, the many words the Greeks had for being wise. It is worth pausing here, before we follow Athena any further into the rest of her own story, on a piece of vocabulary this whole case has already leaned on once and is going to lean on many times more before the night is through, because the modern English word wisdom flattens a distinction. The ancient Greek language itself never let its speakers forget, and understanding that distinction changes considerably what it actually means to call Athena the wisest of the Greek gods. The Greeks had several separate words for the different kinds of mental excellence a person or a god might possess, and they did not treat those words as simple synonyms for one another. There was Sophia. The word later ages would attach to philosophy itself, meaning something closer to deep, contemplative, theoretical understanding, the kind of wisdom a person spends a whole lifetime slowly acquiring through study and reflection. There was phronesis, practical wisdom, the specific ability to judge correctly what action a given situation actually calls for, a quality Greek philosophers writing centuries after these myths were first told would come to treat as the single most important virtue a person could cultivate for living an actual functioning life among other people. There was techne, skill or craft, the specific teachable knowledge of how to actually make or do a particular thing well, whether that thing was a ship, a piece of pottery, or a winning argument in a court of law. And there was metes, the very word this whole night's story has already named as Athena's own mother's name, meaning cunning intelligence, resourceful cleverness, the specific and often morally ambiguous skill of outthinking an opponent through trickery, timing, and disguise, rather than through raw force or patient contemplation. It is worth naming, honestly, that Athena's own wisdom, across nearly every single story this whole night is going to tell you, leans overwhelmingly toward the second and fourth of these four qualities, phronesis and meti, practical judgment and cunning intelligence, considerably more than it ever leans towards Sophia in the deep contemplative sense later philosophers would come to prize above the others. Athena is almost never shown, across the whole of this ancient tradition, sitting in quiet philosophical reflection, the way a later reader might expect a goddess of wisdom to sit. She is shown, again and again, doing something with her intelligence, solving an immediate and pressing problem, choosing the correct tactic in the middle of an active battle, recognizing at a glance the one useful gift among many showy but ultimately useless alternatives, disguising a hero at exactly the right moment to save his own life. Her wisdom, in other words, was never primarily the wisdom of a philosopher. It was the wisdom of a strategist, a craftsman, and a judge, three related but genuinely distinct kinds of practical excellence that this whole tradition folded together into a single goddess. And it is worth holding that distinction in your mind through everything still ahead of us tonight, because it explains why so many of Athena's own most celebrated moments involve her handing a mortal hero not a lecture on the nature of the good, but a specific practical tool, a mirrored shield, a golden bridle, a well-timed piece of battlefield advice, exactly the kind of concrete situational cleverness her own mother's name had always meant. It is worth naming, too, that Athena's own particular quality of metes found, across this whole tradition's own storytelling, its single closest mortal match in the very hero this evening has already told you she favoured above every other, Odysseus himself, a man this whole channel's listeners have already heard described in an earlier telling of his own long voyage home by an epithet, polymetis, meaning many wisdomed or many counselled, built directly from this exact same root, a linguistic kinship this tradition never once treats as accidental. It is worth sitting with what that shared vocabulary actually tells us, because it means Athena's own favour for Odysseus was never simply a matter of personal fondness, the way a modern reader might first assume, but something closer to genuine recognition. One practitioner of a specific and rare kind of intelligence, identifying and rewarding the one mortal in the entire war who actually thought the way she herself thought, favouring, out of every warrior gathered before the walls of Troy, not the strongest, and not even, in the end, the most conventionally honourable, but the one whose own mind moved most nearly like her own. It is worth naming, too, one further piece of the same prophecy that had once driven Zeus to swallow Athena's own mother whole, because this tradition preserves, in an entirely separate corner of its own storytelling, a second and considerably better known case of exactly the same warning being handled in an entirely different way, and the contrast between the two solutions tells us something worth sitting with about what this whole family actually considered wise. The very same warning that Metis was destined to bear a son who would overthrow his own father was also attached, in a separate and better attested strand of this tradition, to the sea nymph Thetis. This evening's own earlier account of the Trojan War has already named as Achilles' own mother, a nymph both Zeus and his own brother Poseidon are said to have desired for many years before either of them ever learned that any son born to her was fated, by the very same ancient warning, to grow greater than his own father. It is worth naming what Zeus actually did with that same warning the second time he received it, because it stands in genuinely striking contrast to what he had already done to Metis. Rather than swallowing Thetis, or attempting to eliminate the threat by force at all, Zeus instead arranged, this tradition tells us, for Thetis to be married off to a mortal man, the hero Peleus, on the reasoning that a son born to a mortal father could never grow powerful enough to threaten an Olympian throne regardless of how great that son's own destiny might otherwise become, a solution that produced, in the fullness of time, Achilles himself, the single greatest warrior this whole tradition ever imagined, mighty beyond every other mortal alive, and yet, by the very design of the marriage that produced him, never once a genuine threat to his own grandfather's throne. It is worth holding these two solutions up against one another for a moment, because they represent, in this evening's own larger case, two entirely different models of what this family actually considered clever problem-solving. One solved by consuming the threat whole and absorbing whatever wisdom could be salvaged from it. The other solved by redirecting the threat sideways into a mortal marriage, where its own most dangerous potential could still flower, magnificently, but only ever within limits that could never again threaten Olympus itself. And it is worth naming honestly that the second solution, whatever its own considerable cruelty toward Thetis's own wishes in the matter, cost nobody their own independent existence the way the first one had cost Metis hers. A goddess who never once needed to grow up. It is worth pausing, before we follow Athena into the rest of her career, on the particular and rather striking image this whole tradition settled on for how she was actually depicted across 1,000 years of Greek art and cult worship, because the choices ancient sculptors and vase painters made here tell us something real about how seriously this civilization actually took the claim that her wisdom had arrived, from the very first instant, already complete. Athena is shown, across nearly every single surviving depiction of her from this entire period, not as a maiden caught in the first bloom of youth the way Aphrodite so often was, and not as a matron heavy with the visible weight of age and experience the way Hera so often was, but as an ageless adult woman, fully armoured, fully composed, her own face carrying an expression later art historians have consistently described as serene, distant, and entirely unclouded by any of the visible passion whether desire, grief, or fury, that this same tradition so freely painted onto nearly every other god's face. It is worth naming, too, the specific cult title this tradition attached to her more consistently than perhaps any other single epithet in her entire repertoire: Parthenos, the Virgin, a title so central to her own worship at Athens that the greatest temple ever built in her honour, standing on that same Acropolis this whole night's own story opened upon, still carries that title today in its own name, the Parthenon, the House of the Virgin. It is worth pausing on what that particular title actually meant inside the specific religious world this tradition built around it, because Athena's virginity was never, in the way this whole culture actually understood it, a simple absence of romantic or sexual experience treated as some kind of moral achievement in its own right. It functioned, instead, as a specific and deliberate marker of independence, a goddess who belonged to no husband, who bore no children through any ordinary union, and who was therefore never subject to the particular vulnerabilities, the divided loyalties, the entanglements of marriage and motherhood that shaped so much of the rest of this tradition's own stories about its female figures. Athena's own considerable power was never balanced, the way Hera's power so often was, against her husband's competing authority. It stood alone, answerable, in the end, only to her own judgment and to her father's, a structural independence this tradition consistently linked, whether directly or simply, through the accumulated weight of centuries of storytelling, to the specific kind of clear-eyed, undistracted practical wisdom she was believed to embody. It is worth naming, too, that the single most famous surviving image of Phidias's own lost chryselephantine statue, an image this evening is going to describe in considerably more detail once tonight's own story actually reaches the building of the Parthenon itself, comes down to us today not through the original object at all, long since lost to fire, war, and the ordinary decay of many centuries, but through a small, considerably later Roman marble copy, known to modern archaeologists as the Varvakeian Athena, found in Athens in the 19th century and now standing in that same city's own National Archaeological Museum, a copy scholars generally agree is faithful enough in its own basic proportions and its own placement of shield and spear and serpent to give modern viewers a genuinely useful, if necessarily reduced and colourless sense of what Phidias's own towering original actually looked like. A small marble echo standing in, today, for a giant of gold and ivory that no living person has actually seen with their own eyes in well over 1,000 years. It is worth naming, too, that Athena appears, across the whole of surviving Greek vase painting, in one further and rather more intimate visual role this tradition rarely receives much separate attention for, standing quietly at the edge of scenes depicting the birth of other, considerably more dramatic figures, present on more than one surviving painted vessel, at the birth of Erichthonius himself rising from the earth into Gaia's own waiting arms, a witness rather than a participant in her own right in several of these same images, and it is worth sitting with that particular visual habit for a moment, because it suggests that the ordinary Athenian craftsman who actually painted these everyday household vessels, considerably less concerned with grand theological argument than any poet or playwright this evening has already named, understood Athena above all as a kind of constant watchful presence at the edge of every important moment in their own city's own imagined history, not always the active hero of a given scene, but reliably, dependably, somewhere close by whenever anything of real consequence to Athens itself was actually taking place. It is worth naming, too, one further and considerably darker piece of Athena's own name that this tradition preserved alongside Parthenos, because it comes with a story worth telling in full, rather than passing over as a simple, decorative epithet. Athena was very often called, across a great many of her most famous surviving statues and inscriptions, Pallas Athena, and the old sources give us a specific and genuinely tragic account of where that second name actually came from. In one version of this story, preserved by later mythographers working to gather every competing tradition into a single reference, Athena in her own youth, if that word can even properly be used for a goddess born with no childhood at all, had a close companion, a nymph, or, in some tellings, a daughter of the river god Triton named Pallas, and the two of them, this story tells us, would spar together in mock combat, practicing the very skills of disciplined warfare Athena herself was believed to embody. A friendship built, fittingly enough, around the exact same combination of physical training and mutual trust. This whole tradition consistently attaches to her own particular version of martial excellence. It is worth pausing on what happened next, because this telling is not going to soften it the way some shorter, more decorative modern retellings sometimes do. During one of these same sparring matches, Zeus himself, watching from Olympus and seeing in some tellings a genuine threat forming against his own daughter, or, in other and considerably more unsettling tellings, simply intervening at the exact wrong instant with no clear malicious intent at all, raised his own aegis, the storm shield this whole tradition attributes to him, directly in Pallas's own line of sight at the precise moment Athena's own spear was already swinging toward her, startling Pallas into a fatal lapse of the very discipline the two of them had spent so long practicing together, so that Athena's own blow meant only as part of an ordinary training bout between two trusted companions, struck and killed her friend outright, an accident this tradition frames as genuinely accidental, caused by her own father's careless intervention, rather than by any fault or any true violence of Athena's own intent. It is worth sitting with Athena's own grief in the aftermath, because the old sources tell us she mourned Pallas with a depth and a sincerity. This whole tradition rarely grants any god mourning any figure beneath their own considerable rank, fashioning, in her friend's memory, a wooden image called the Palladium, carved in Pallas's own likeness, and dressed in the very armour the two of them had once sparred in together, a statue that would go on, across the whole rest of this tradition's storytelling, to become one of the single most sacred and most fiercely protected objects in the entire ancient world, believed to guarantee the safety of whichever city was fortunate enough to actually possess it, ultimately housed, by most tellings, inside the walls of Troy itself, where its theft, generations later, by Greek raiders working under Odysseus' own direction, would become one of the small but genuinely consequential turning points of the entire war this whole night's story is going to return to at real length before it is through. And Athena, in memory of the friend her own father's carelessness had cost her, took Pallas's own name and folded it permanently into her own, so that Pallas Athena, spoken in temple after temple for 1,000 years afterward, carried inside it, whether any individual worshipper ever knew the story behind it or not, the memory of a single, genuinely accidental death, and a grief this goddess of clear-eyed judgment apparently never once tried to simply reason her own way past. It is worth pausing, too, on a single, much-discussed word Homer himself uses, again and again, whenever he wants to describe Athena's own particular quality of gaze, because it has puzzled and divided scholars of ancient Greek for well over 2,000 years, and the disagreement itself tells us something worth sitting with. Homer calls her, more consistently than any other single epithet he attaches to her name, Glaukopis, a word later Greek would come to associate with the colour grey or blue-grey, so that generations of translators rendered it simply as grey-eyed Athena, a description of calm, clear, penetrating sight fitting neatly with everything this whole evening has already told you about her own particular character. But it is worth naming, honestly, that a real and unresolved scholarly argument holds that glaucopis may instead derive from an older root connected directly to the Greek word for owl, glex, meaning something closer to owl-eyed or owl-faced. A reading that would push her own iconic companion bird back out of the realm of a later separately adopted symbol and into something considerably more fundamental. An animal whose own distinctive, wide, forward-facing stare may have been bound up with this goddess's own identity from the very earliest layer of her own worship that any surviving text can actually reach. It would be dishonest of this telling to claim either reading as settled fact, because no scholar now living can say with real certainty which sense an early Greek audience actually heard in that same word. But it is worth carrying the uncertainty itself forward, because it means even a detail as basic as what colour or what creature this goddess's own most famous physical feature was actually meant to evoke remains, after nearly 3,000 years of continuous study, genuinely and honestly unresolved. It is worth naming, too, that Athens was never the only city in the whole of the Greek world to build its own civic identity around Athena's own worship, and it is worth pausing on a second and considerably darker cult site this tradition preserves for us, because it gives us one of the single most striking pieces of documented datable history anywhere in this whole evening's story. At Sparta, Athena was worshipped under the title Chalkioikos, of the Bronze House. Her own temple there sheathed, this tradition tells us, in beaten bronze plates that made the whole structure gleam, and it was inside that same bronze-clad sanctuary, in the years following the Great War against Persia, this evening's own opening scene as already described in full, that one of the actual historical architects of the Greek victory over Xerxes met his own considerably less glorious end. Pausanias, the Spartan regent and general who had commanded the combined Greek army to its decisive victory at the Battle of Plataea, fell, in the years that followed that same triumph, under increasingly serious and increasingly well-founded suspicion of secretly conspiring with the very Persian enemy he had once helped defeat, seeking, by several ancient accounts, to make himself a client king under Persian patronage in exchange for delivering Sparta's own cooperation. When the evidence against him finally became undeniable, Pausanias fled for sanctuary into that same temple of Athena of the Bronze House, and it is worth pausing on what the Spartan authorities actually did next, because it is one of the coldest and most methodically legalistic solutions this whole evening's story has to offer to the same basic problem of sacred violation. This tradition keeps circling back to again and again, unwilling to commit the sacrilege of dragging an armed man out of a consecrated temple or killing him directly on holy ground. The Spartans instead, according to the historian Thucydides, simply walled up the temple's own entrance, sealing Pausanias inside with the goddess he had run to for protection, and waited, removing the stones only once they judged him close enough to death from hunger and thirst that he could be carried outside to die on unconsecrated ground, rather than defile the sanctuary with an actual death inside it. A solution. This telling is not going to pretend was anything other than exactly as calculated, and exactly as merciless as it sounds. Human ingenuity applied, in this one very real historical instance, not towards solving a problem wisely in any generous sense of that word at all, but towards solving it in the single narrowest, most technically compliant way the letter of religious law actually permitted. The contest for a city that did not yet have her name. It is worth turning now, with Athena's own birth and her own particular character established, to the single story this whole tradition tells more often and more proudly than perhaps any other about her, because it is the story that gave an entire city, and by extension an entire language, an entire philosophical tradition, and an entire strand of what the modern world still calls Western civilization, its own name. and it is worth telling that story in full rather than assuming, as some shorter tellings unfortunately do, that its familiar shape means it needs no real attention at all. In the earliest days of the region later ages would call Attica, a king named Cecrops ruled a small, newly founded settlement built around the same rocky citadel this whole night's story opened upon. A king this tradition remembers as genuinely strange in his own right, said by the old sources to have been born directly from the earth itself, his own lower body ending in several surviving depictions, not in ordinary human legs at all, but in the coiling tail of a serpent, a detail this tradition consistently used across every story it ever told about early Athenian kingship, to mark a ruler as autochthonous, literally earth-born, sprung directly from the soil of the very land he ruled, rather than descended from any migrating dynasty arriving from somewhere else. It was during Cecrops' own reign that two gods, Athena and Poseidon, each came separately to lay claim to patronage over this same small settlement, and it is worth naming plainly why both of them wanted it, because a city's divine patron in this tradition was never simply an honorary title. It meant temples, sacrifices, festivals held in that same god's name for as long as the city itself endured, a permanent and self-renewing source of worship and devotion that mattered to an ambitious god, every bit as much as any single mortal kingdom's territory mattered to an ambitious mortal king. Poseidon arrived first, by most tellings, and staked his own claim in the most dramatic manner. This tradition could imagine a sea god staking anything, striking his trident down against the bare rock of the citadel itself, and calling forth, from the stone where the blow landed, a spring of water, a genuinely startling gift on a rocky, largely waterless promontory, where fresh water was, by any practical reckoning, the single most valuable resource a growing settlement could ever hope to receive. It is worth naming too what the old sources actually tell us about the water that spring produced, because it is a detail more honest tellings of this story rarely leave out, even though it complicates Poseidon's own gift considerably. The water that rose up from Poseidon's own trident strike was salt water, drawn directly from the god's own sea, rather than from any ordinary freshwater source. A spring genuinely marvellous to look at and genuinely impossible to actually drink from or use to water a single crop. Athena arrived after him and offered, in place of any dramatic display of raw elemental power, something considerably quieter and, this whole tradition wants us to understand, considerably more valuable. She struck the same bare rock, in most tellings with the point of her own spear rather than any showier gesture, and where her own blow landed an olive tree grew, the very first olive tree by this tradition's own telling that had ever existed anywhere in the whole of Attica. It is worth pausing on why a single tree, however remarkable its origin, could possibly compete against a literal miracle of water summoned from bare stone, because to a modern listener accustomed to spectacle, Poseidon's gift might well seem the more obviously impressive of the two. But it is worth naming plainly everything a single olive tree actually offered a struggling early settlement that Poseidon's undrinkable saltwater spring never could. Oil for lamps and for cooking, wood for building and for burning, olives themselves as food that could be pressed, cured and stored against a hard season. And, across the many generations that would follow, an entire agricultural and economic foundation, on which the whole later prosperity of Athens as a trading and manufacturing power would eventually be built, its own famous painted amphorae carrying that same oil to markets across the whole of the ancient Mediterranean world. It is worth naming too exactly who was actually asked to judge between these two gifts, because the old sources are not entirely of one mind on the question. And it is worth being honest about that disagreement rather than choosing the tidier version and pretending the others do not exist. Some tellings hold that Cecrops himself served as the sole judge. Weighing the two gifts with the sober, practical judgment this tradition consistently credits to an earth-born and genuinely rooted king. A later and considerably more democratically minded tradition, arising, unsurprisingly, once Athens itself had actually become the birthplace of one of the ancient world's first genuine experiments in citizen rule, holds instead that the entire assembled population of the settlement was permitted to vote, men and women both, a detail this later version treats as significant enough to explain a further piece of the city's own origin story we will return to shortly. And a still further tradition holds that the full assembled council of the 12 Olympian gods themselves served as the actual jury, weighing the two competing gifts with a divine impartiality no single mortal witness, however wise, could ever quite match. Whichever version an ancient listener happened to have grown up hearing, the verdict itself never changes across any of them. The olive was judged the wiser gift, the vote, or the divine counsel, or Cecrops' own solitary judgment favouring practical, sustaining value over dramatic but ultimately useless display, and Athena, victorious, was granted the patronage of the settlement, which took from that moment forward her own name, transliterated across the many centuries since into the word we still use today, Athens. It is worth naming too what this tradition tells us happened to the losing side of that same contest, because Poseidon, true to the restless and easily wounded pride this whole channel has already described in an entirely separate telling of his own long story, did not simply accept the verdict gracefully. In one widely told version of the aftermath, he flooded the plain of Attica in fury at having lost, a punishment the settlement's own residents had to spend real effort undoing before their city could properly begin to grow at all, a detail worth naming honestly rather than smoothing over, because it means the very founding of Athens, in this tradition's own telling, required its people to survive not only the contest itself, but a sea god's own petty retaliation for having lost it. And it is worth naming too a further and considerably more socially consequential piece of the aftermath this same democratic version of the story attaches to Poseidon's fury, because the tradition holding that the whole population voted on this contest also holds that the vote itself was close, decided, in most tellings, by a single deciding margin, the votes of the settlement's women, who had, in this same earliest and most equal stretch of the city's own legendary history, still possessed the right to vote alongside its men, tipping the balance narrowly toward Athena over Poseidon specifically, because they, more than the men voting alongside them, understood most immediately and most personally exactly how much a reliable source of oil and food and fuel was actually going to matter to the daily survival of their own households. Poseidon's fury at this outcome, in this same telling, fell not merely on the land itself but on the very women whose votes had decided against him, and the men of the settlement, in an attempt to appease a god they had every reason to fear, are said to have stripped women of the right to vote in any future civic matter at all from that day forward, a resolution this tradition offers with very little apparent discomfort at what it is actually describing, the founding of Athenian civic life closing in this one specific telling, with an entire half of its own population permanently excluded from the very process that had just proven, by this same story's own logic, considerably wiser judgment than the god who lost by it. It is worth pausing on that detail rather than passing quickly over it, because it says something true and worth sitting with about the limits of even this tradition's own celebrated wisdom goddess. Athena won her own city through a gift that was, by any honest measure, genuinely and practically the wiser choice, and the myth that records her victory is, at the very same time, a myth that records the political silencing of the very voters whose own good judgment had secured that victory for her, a contradiction this tradition never once resolves, and that this telling is not going to pretend away, because it belongs, honestly, to the same, both hands accounting this whole night story is going to keep returning to whenever Athena's own celebrated wisdom brushes up against the actual lived cost that wisdom sometimes carried for the mortal standing closest to it. It is worth naming, finally, before we move on from this particular story, that the olive tree at the centre of it was never treated by the Athenians themselves as a piece of distant, half-remembered legend confined only to the earliest and most mythical stretch of their city's history. The tree this whole night's own opening scene described, burned by the Persian army in 480 before Christ, and found regrown a single cubit tall the very next morning, was understood by the Athenians of that own generation to be, quite literally, the very same tree, or at minimum a direct and unbroken descendant of it, still standing, still tended, still bearing witness, on the exact spot where Athena had first struck her spear into the bare rock centuries before their own lifetime. A physical, rooted, continuously living link between the founding myth. This whole section has just told you in full, and the actual lived crisis this whole night's story opened upon, and it is worth holding both of those moments together now, the mythical planting and the historical burning and regrowing, because very few other single objects anywhere in the whole of Greek religion connect a civilization's own oldest legend this directly, and this physically, to an actual, dated, witnessed event in its own recorded history. It is worth naming, too, that Athens was never actually the only occasion on which Athena and Poseidon found themselves in direct competition over a single stretch of ground, because a considerably smaller and considerably less celebrated town called Trojan, lying across the water from Athens on the opposite coast of the Saronic Gulf, preserved its own local tradition of a nearly identical contest between the very same two gods, and it is worth naming what makes that second contest genuinely worth setting beside the first, because its own resolution ran in a completely different direction, where the citizens of Athens, whether by Cecrops's own solitary verdict or by a full popular vote, chose decisively between the two competing gifts. The people of Trojan, this local tradition tells us, simply declined to choose between them at all, worshipping both Athena and Poseidon jointly as the shared patrons of their own considerably more modest town. A resolution this evening's own case has to admit was, in its own quieter way, every bit as practically wise as Athens' own more celebrated decision, since it meant Trojan never had to endure any of the furious flooding or any of the resentful retaliation this evening has already told you Athens itself suffered at Poseidon's own hands once he had actually lost. It is worth sitting with that contrast for a moment, because it means the single wisest response to this particular divine rivalry may not, in the end, have been Athens' own famous choice at all, but Trojan's own considerably less famous refusal to choose, a reminder worth carrying forward into everything else this evening still has to tell you, that the wisdom this whole night keeps crediting to Athena herself was not always, even by this tradition's own honest reckoning, the only or even the best available answer to a given problem. A father's failed pursuit and a child raised inside a secret. It is worth pausing, before we leave the earliest history of Athens behind, on a second and considerably stranger myth this same city told about its own origins, because it involves Athena directly, and because it tells us something further about the particular, careful, unsentimental way this goddess handled a responsibility she never actually asked for. Hephaestus, the lame god of the forge who had, we may recall, been the very one to open Zeus's own skull and free Athena into the world in the first place, developed, at some point in this tradition's own telling, a powerful desire for the goddess he had helped bring into being, a desire Athena, true to the fierce independence this whole knight has already described at length, refused entirely and without any apparent hesitation. Hephaestus, undeterred by that refusal in a way this telling is not going to romanticize the way some older retellings unfortunately still do, pursued her regardless, and in the struggle that followed, as Athena fought him off and fled, his own seed fell, missing her entirely, onto the bare earth of the Acropolis itself. It is worth pausing on what this tradition tells us happened next, because it is one of the stranger images in the whole of Greek mythology, and it connects directly back to the earthborn king Cecrops we have already met tonight. Gaia, the earth herself receiving that seed where it had fallen, conceived and bore a child of her own, a boy this tradition names Erichthonius, born not of any union between two willing partners at all, but out of an assault Athena herself had actively resisted, and out of the ground she happened to be standing on when that resistance succeeded, a birth this whole channel's listeners have by now seen echoed in its own strange way, more than once across this family's tangled history of violence producing life it never actually intended to produce. Gaia, unable or unwilling to raise this particular child herself, brought the infant Erichthonius to Athena, and it is worth pausing on what Athena actually chose to do with a child whose entire existence traced back to an assault against her own body that she had, in every particular, refused and resisted. She didn't reject him. She took the infant in, this tradition tells us, and resolved to raise him herself in secret, sealing him inside a woven chest or basket, and it is worth naming why secrecy mattered here at all, because the old sources tell us Erichthonius's own lower body, in a detail that echoes Cecrops' own serpentine legs, was in some tellings partly serpent rather than fully human, a physical mark of his own strange earth and forge fire origin that Athena apparently judged too dangerous, or too likely to provoke exactly the wrong kind of curiosity, for ordinary mortal eyes to look upon before the child was ready to be seen. She entrusted that same sealed chest to the three daughters of King Cecrops, Aglaurus, Herse, and Pandrosos, with a single, plain instruction that the chest was never, under any circumstance, to be opened, and it is worth pausing on what happened next, because this story, like so many other stories this tradition tells about forbidden boxes and forbidden knowledge, does not end well for the mortals asked to keep that particular trust. Aglaurus and Herse, the old sources tell us, could not resist their own curiosity, opening the chest despite Athena's own explicit warning, and were driven mad, in most tellings, by what they actually saw inside it, whether the serpent coiled protectively around the infant, or the infant's own serpentine legs themselves, a madness severe enough that the two sisters, in the story's own grim resolution, threw themselves from the height of the Acropolis to their own deaths, while Pandrosos alone, the one sister who had kept faith with the goddess's own instruction and refused to look, survived, and was honoured afterward, this tradition tells us, with her own small shrine standing permanently beside Athena's own temple on that same sacred rock, a quiet, lasting reward for the one sister among three who had simply done as she was asked. It is worth pausing honestly on how uncomfortable this particular story actually is to sit with, because it asks us to accept a punishment, madness, and death, falling on two young women whose only real fault was an entirely ordinary and entirely human curiosity about a sealed box they'd been given no real explanation for. A punishment considerably more severe than the crime it answers, and it is worth naming that discomfort plainly, rather than passing over it the way a shorter, more decorative telling might. But it is worth naming too what this same story tells us Erichthonius himself eventually became, because his own later life is, in its own way, the genuine payoff of Athena's own careful, patient guardianship. Raised to adulthood under the goddess's own continued protection, Erichthonius went on to become one of the earliest and most celebrated kings of Athens in his own right, credited by this tradition with introducing the four-horse chariot to Greek warfare and ceremony, with founding or expanding the very Panathenaic festival. This whole night's story is going to return to at greater length before it is through, and with ruling his city, by every surviving account, with a wisdom and a practical competence this tradition clearly wants us to understand as Athena's own direct legacy, passed down not through any ordinary bloodline but through the patient, careful attention of a goddess who chose to raise, in secret and against every reasonable expectation created by his own troubling origin, a child born from violence into a king remembered across the whole rest of Athenian history for exactly the same kind of clear-eyed practical governance she herself embodied. The goddess who fought with her mind rather than her fists. It is worth turning now from the founding of her own city to the particular and genuinely distinctive shape Athena's own martial power actually took across this entire tradition, because ancient Greek religion gave her a war god's own considerable and very real capacity for violence, and set it, deliberately and consistently, against an entirely different model of what war itself was actually for, embodied in the person of a second, considerably more familiar war god this tradition placed directly opposite her. Ares, the god of war whose own name this whole civilization used quite literally as a byword for battle itself, represented across nearly every surviving story that features him the raw, chaotic, appetite-driven side of organised violence, a god who loved fighting for its own sake, who took genuine pleasure in slaughter regardless of which side ultimately won it, and who was, tellingly, one of the very few Olympians this tradition consistently allowed its human audiences to actually dislike, wounded more than once in the Iliad itself, and mocked openly in more than one surviving story, by gods and mortals alike for a bloodlust this whole civilization apparently found considerably less admirable than it found the more disciplined violence practiced by his own half-sister. Athena, by direct and repeated contrast, held the epithet promachos, she who fights in front, and the epithet Nike-bringer, the one who brings victory, titles this tradition used specifically to distinguish her own particular relationship to organised combat from her half-brothers. Where Ares embodied war as raw appetite, Athena embodied war as discipline, as strategy, as the careful, patient application of force only when force had actually become the correct and necessary tool for a given situation, and this whole tradition is remarkably consistent across a great many separate stories, in showing her intervening in battle not to indulge any bloodlust of her own, but to correct a specific tactical error, to remove a specific obstacle standing between a favoured mortal and a victory that reasoned strategy, rather than brute strength alone, had already earned. It is worth naming too the specific pieces of equipment this tradition attached to her, because each one carries its own particular meaning inside this larger contrast. She carried a spear, an ordinary enough weapon for any war god to carry, but she's far more often shown in surviving art holding it upright, at rest, a symbol of readiness rather than active aggression, than actively wielding it in the heat of any battle. She carried the aegis, a protective device this tradition variously describes as a shield, or a fringed cloak of goatskin, edged with serpents and bearing, at its very centre, the severed head of the Gorgon Medusa, a story we're going to tell in full a little later tonight. A defensive rather than offensive symbol, protection rather than mere threat. Though a protection, it is worth naming honestly, built directly out of another woman's own suffering, and she kept, as her own constant companion across nearly every surviving depiction of her, an owl, a bird this whole tradition associated with keen night vision and silent, patient observation, watching everything and acting only once it had actually seen enough to act correctly, an emblem this whole knight's own case has already leaned on and is going to return to again before it is through. It is worth pausing briefly on the Aegis itself a little further, because this same object was never, in this tradition's own earliest telling, exclusively Athena's own to begin with. Zeus himself carried an Aegis of his own, this tradition tells us, fashioned, in the oldest surviving account, from the hide of the goat Amalthea, the very same goat this channel has already named in an earlier telling of Zeus's own infancy, as the animal whose milk actually nursed him through his own hidden childhood on Crete, a detail worth sitting with for a moment, because it means the storm shield capable of striking terror into gods and mortals alike traced its own origin, in this tradition's earliest imagining of it, back to the same humble, nursing animal that had once kept a hidden infant alive. Zeus, this same tradition tells us, gave his own Aegis to Athena at some point in her own early career, a gift this evening's own case has already shown you her going on to decorate with Medusa's own severed head, transforming an inherited paternal object into something considerably more personally hers than it had ever been in her father's own keeping. It is worth naming, too, that this same word has outlived every temple and every myth this whole evening has described, surviving today in the ordinary modern English phrase under the aegis of still used, without most speakers ever once pausing to consider its own origin, to describe any project or any organisation operating under a larger protective sponsorship. A small and almost entirely unnoticed piece of this goddess's own vocabulary, still doing quiet, functional work in the language of a world that has otherwise long since stopped building her any new temples. It is worth naming, too, that this careful, deliberate model of warfare was never simply theoretical, because the old sources give us at least 2 moments in which Athena's own martial power was tested at the very highest possible stakes, in direct battle against beings whose own raw strength genuinely rivaled hers, and it is worth telling both of those confrontations in full, because they prove that her preference for strategy over brute force was never a preference born of any actual inability to fight, when fighting was, in fact, the correct and necessary answer. In the Great War against the Earthborn Giants, the same cataclysmic conflict this channel has already described from Poseidon's own vantage point in an earlier telling, a war Gaia raised up specifically to avenge her own imprisoned Titan children. Athena fought directly against a giant named, in a coincidence this tradition clearly found too significant to be accidental, Pallas, the very same name she herself had carried since her own beloved friend's accidental death so many years before. This second Pallas was no gentle sparring companion, but a genuine and dangerous enemy, and Athena, in the fighting that followed, killed him in single combat, and, in an act considerably more brutal than nearly anything else this tradition ever credits to her, flayed the skin from his own defeated body and wore it afterward as her own personal shield, a detail several ancient sources connect directly to the very word Aegis itself, which some ancient etymologists believe derived from this exact grim trophy rather than from any ordinary goatskin at all. It is worth sitting with the discomfort of that image for a moment, a goddess whose own wisdom this whole night has spent so long celebrating choosing to wear a defeated enemy's own skin as her personal battle standard, because it tells us that whatever restraint and whatever careful strategic patience defined Athena's own usual approach to war, she was, when war had genuinely and finally arrived, entirely capable of a violence every bit as total as anything her more chaotic half-brother ever practiced. In that same war, Athena is also credited with ending the threat of a second giant Enceladus, pursuing him across the whole length of Greece as he fled her own advance and finally, cornering him at last, hurling the entire island of Sicily down on top of him, burying him beneath its own considerable weight so completely that later Greek and Roman writers watching the volcanic mountain of Etna smoke and occasionally erupt from that same buried ground, explained the whole phenomenon as Enceladus's own continued futile struggle to free himself from beneath an entire island a goddess had once thrown down upon him in a single furious moment. It is worth pausing on how directly that image echoes the very same kind of world-shaping, geography-altering violence this channel has already described Poseidon inflicting on the giant polyboats in an earlier telling, because it means Athena, for all her own reputation as the more disciplined and more restrained of Olympus's two war-capable deities, was, in the one war that actually demanded it, entirely willing to reshape the literal map of Greece with her own two hands in order to finish what she had started. A duel between the two faces of war, fought in front of the walls that had already fallen once. It is worth naming one further confrontation between Athena and Ares directly, because this whole tradition gives us at least one moment when the contrast this section has spent so long describing, discipline against appetite, strategy against bloodlust, stopped being merely a contrast of temperament and became an actual physical fight between the two of them, fought not in some earlier cosmic war against titans or giants, but in the middle of the Trojan War itself, in the sequence the Iliad's own later books call the Theomachy, the Battle of the Gods. Zeus, in the poem's 20th book, having grown weary of watching his own quarrelsome family influence the war from a careful distance, finally permits the gods themselves to enter the fighting directly, each one taking whichever side their own long-standing loyalties had already committed them to, and it is worth pausing on how quickly that permission turns into open violence between immortals who had, until this exact moment, mostly confined their own rivalries to counsels and complaints rather than direct blows. Ares, fighting on the Trojan side out of nothing more considered than his own general appetite for carnage wherever he could find it, moved first against Athena, and it is worth naming the taunt the old poem puts in his mouth as he does, since it captures, in a single line, exactly the contempt this whole night has already shown you the god of raw appetite consistently held for his own more disciplined half-sister, demanding to know why she had come to stir up trouble between gods yet again, with her own overweening and interfering boldness. Athena's answer was not a speech, but a stone, an enormous boundary marker lying at hand on the battlefield, seized and hurled, with a force the poem tells us struck Ares full in the neck and dropped him instantly to the ground, his own considerable godly bulk covering, Homer says, a full 7 acres of earth as he fell, and it is worth sitting with the specific, almost comic bluntness of that image for a moment, because it means the single most direct physical confrontation this entire tradition ever stages between the god of chaotic violence and the goddess of disciplined strategy was decided in the end not by any elaborate stratagem at all, but by Athena simply picking up whatever heavy object happened to be closest and using it with considerably better aim and considerably better timing than her own opponent ever managed to bring to the fight. It is worth naming too what happened only a short while later in that same chaotic battle of gods, because Aphrodite, moving to help Ares from the field where he lay stunned, was struck down in her own turn by Athena's own hand, a second blow landing squarely on the goddess of love's own chest, and it is worth pausing on the layered symmetry of that second strike, because it means Athena, in the space of a single afternoon's fighting, personally defeated both of the two divine figures most directly responsible, in this tradition's own larger story, for the war she was fighting in at all, the appetite for violence Ares embodied, and the appetite for desire Aphrodite embodied, the same goddess who had once lost the judgment on Mount Ida to exactly this second rival, now standing over her, briefly and rather pointedly on an actual battlefield her own earlier rejection had helped bring into being, a stolen guardian, and a wall grown suddenly thin. It is worth returning before we leave the war at Troy behind for the rest of tonight's story, to the wooden image of Pallas, This evening has already told you Athena carved and cherished in memory of her own accidentally killed friend so many hours ago in tonight's telling, because that same statue, the Palladium, plays one further and genuinely consequential role in the war's own final act, and it is worth naming that role in full, rather than letting it pass as a simple footnote to the friendship story that first produced it. Troy, this tradition tells us, had come into possession of that same sacred image generations before the war ever began, and held, as long as it remained safely inside the city's own walls, a divine guarantee of protection. This whole tradition treated as genuinely absolute. A city could not, by the plain rules of this particular piece of religious logic, be made to fall while its own Palladium still stood watch inside it. It was Odysseus, this tradition tells us, working alongside the Greek hero Diomedes, the same Diomedes Athena had once granted the extraordinary gift of seeing through the mist that ordinarily hides the gods from mortal sight, who conceived and carried out the plan to steal that same statue out from under Troy's own defenders, slipping into the city under cover of darkness, by most tellings through a secret passage or a disguise Odysseus's own considerable cunning devised for the occasion, and carrying the Palladium back out to the Greek camp before its absence had even been discovered. It is worth pausing on what this theft actually meant for the rest of the war, because this tradition treats it as the single decisive precondition that finally made the city's own fall possible at all, a wall left standing every bit as tall and every bit as strongly built as it had ever been, but suddenly, invisibly, no longer guaranteed against the specific catastrophe it had been built to withstand. And it is worth naming too that this whole episode gives us one further small but telling piece of evidence for tonight's own larger case, since the single object whose theft finally opened Troy to defeat was, in the end, a monument to Athena's own grief for a childhood friend, stolen by two mortal heroes acting under her own patient guidance. A goddess's own oldest private sorrow turned, without her own friend Pallas ever having any say in the matter, into the final instrument of an entire city's own destruction. Weaver, potter, shipwright, the goddess who ruled every hand at work. It is worth turning now to a considerably gentler and considerably less discussed side of Athena's own portfolio, because her own wisdom, across this entire tradition, was never confined only to warfare and to the founding of cities. She held, alongside every title we have already named tonight, the epithet Ergani, she of the works, patron specifically of skilled human labour in nearly every one of its practical forms, and it is worth naming just how far that patronage actually extended, because it touched, by the ancient world's own reckoning, an enormous share of the ordinary daily economic life of every Greek household and every Greek city that ever worshipped her. She was believed to have taught mortal women the art of weaving itself, a craft this whole civilization treated as considerably more significant, both economically and symbolically, than a modern listener accustomed to industrial textile production might immediately appreciate, since nearly every piece of cloth any ancient Greek household actually owned, clothing, bedding, sails for its ships, had to be spun and woven entirely by hand, an enormous and constant labour that fell, in nearly every case, to the women of that same household, working under what this tradition consistently presented as their own patron goddess's own direct and personal expertise. She was credited with teaching the art of shipbuilding as well, a skill this whole channel's listeners have already heard connected, in a separate telling, to Jason's own voyage aboard the Argo, the very first ship this tradition believed had ever been built with a keel sturdy enough to survive genuinely open water, constructed in most tellings under Athena's own direct and personal supervision, who is said to have fitted into the ship's own prow a single speaking beam cut from the sacred oak at Dodona, a piece of timber this tradition believed carried the power of prophecy itself, giving the Argo's own crew, across their entire long and dangerous voyage, a source of divine counsel built directly into the very structure of the vessel carrying them. She was worshipped too, as patron of potters, of blacksmiths working alongside her own half-brother Hephaestus, of carpenters, of the entire broad category of skilled craft this ancient civilization called techne, the same word this whole night story has already used to distinguish practical, teachable skill from the more contemplative Sophia. And it is worth naming specifically the single festival this whole tradition built around exactly this patronage, the Panathenaea, a great civic celebration held every year in Athens and in a still grander form once every 4 years, honouring Athena's own birthday with athletic contests, musical and poetic competitions, and, at the very centre of the entire festival, a great procession carrying a newly woven robe called the peplos, up through the city and onto the Acropolis itself, to be presented to the goddess's own ancient cult statue. It is worth pausing on who actually wove that same robe, because the answer connects this whole festival directly back to Athena's own patronage of ordinary women's own daily labour. The peplos was woven over the course of many months by a specially selected group of Athenian women and girls, working under a scheme of civic honour this tradition took seriously enough that serving as one of the young weavers chosen for this task, called the Arephoroi, was considered one of the single greatest honours an Athenian girl of good family could receive in her own entire life. A piece of ordinary, patient, skilled handiwork, transformed by the ceremony surrounding it into one of the single most sacred acts any Athenian citizen of any age or any station was ever asked to perform on the goddess's own behalf. And it is worth naming too the economic engine this whole cult of craft actually powered across the wider ancient Mediterranean world, because Athens grew wealthy. Across the centuries this whole tradition describes, in no small part through the export of olive oil pressed from the very tree Athena herself had planted, carried across the sea in painted amphorae, whose own black figure and later red figure decoration, another craft this same goddess was believed to personally patronise, made Athenian pottery itself one of the single most recognisable and most widely traded manufactured goods anywhere in the ancient world. A whole civilization's own practical prosperity built, quite literally, on the specific gifts a single contest on a bare rock had once won for it. A statue of gold and ivory, and a spear tip visible from the sea. It is worth pausing before we move any further into the rest of tonight's story, on the actual physical shape Athena's own worship eventually took on that same sacred rock, because the Athenians did not content themselves, across the many centuries this whole tradition describes, with a single modest shrine to the goddess who had won them their own city's name. They built, in the middle of the 5th century before Christ, under the direction of the statesman Pericles and funded, this telling will have real reason to return to a little later tonight, by resources that were not entirely and unambiguously Athens' own to spend, the single most ambitious temple the classical Greek world would ever produce, the Parthenon, its own name, we may recall from earlier tonight, drawn directly from Athena's own cult title Parthenos, the Virgin, its columns and its friezes carved from Pentelic marble, quarried from a mountain a short distance outside the city, and hauled, block by enormous block, up the steep approach to the Acropolis by teams of oxen and by the patient, exhausting labour of stonemasons and labourers, whose own individual names, with a small handful of documented exceptions, did not survive to be remembered alongside the architects and sculptors whose own names this tradition preserved instead. It is worth naming the two men history actually credits with that building's own design, the architects Iktinos and Callicrates, and it is worth naming too the sculptor Pericles placed in overall artistic charge of the entire project, a man named Phidias, already the most celebrated sculptor of his own generation, and destined, by the time this whole building program was finished, to be remembered as one of the greatest artists the ancient world ever produced. It was Phidias who carved for the temple's own interior the single object every other piece of this whole enormous building program actually existed to house, a cult statue of Athena herself standing, by the most careful modern reconstructions of the ancient descriptions that survive somewhere in the neighbourhood of 40 feet tall, built not from ordinary stone or bronze, but from a technique called chryselephantine, a wooden core overlaid with sheets of beaten gold for the goddess's own robes and armour, and with carved ivory for every visible expanse of her own skin, her eyes inlaid with precious stones, a shield resting at her side carved along its own outer face, with a scene of the old war against the Amazons and, in a detail later ancient writers found worth recording specifically because of how personal it apparently was. Phidias's own face and Pericles' own face worked discreetly into that same battle scene among the ordinary warriors, a small, quiet act of artistic vanity that would eventually, this telling is going to name honestly rather than pass over, cost the sculptor dearly. It is worth pausing on the sheer, overwhelming scale of gold alone that this single statue actually required, because ancient sources tell us the gold sheathing Phidias used weighed, by the most conservative surviving estimates, well over a full ton, wealth so considerable and so visibly, permanently displayed in a single religious object that Pericles himself, according to the historian Thucydides, specifically designed the gold plating to be removable in the event the city ever faced a genuine financial emergency serious enough to require melting down its own patron goddess's own robes to pay for it. A detail worth sitting with for a moment, because it means even the single most sacred object in the whole of Athenian religious life was built, from its very first conception, with one eye already turned toward its own potential use as an emergency treasury. Practical wisdom, in its own way, extended even to the construction of the statue meant to honour the goddess of practical wisdom herself. It is worth naming too a second and considerably less discussed statue this same building program produced, because it stood not inside any temple at all, but out in the open air of the Acropolis itself, a colossal bronze figure of Athena, this one called Athena Promachos, she who fights in front, standing, by ancient estimates, somewhere close to 30 feet tall, including its own base, fully armed with spear and shield, positioned deliberately near the very entrance to the whole sanctuary complex, so that it would be the first and the most immediately visible thing any visitor climbing toward the Acropolis actually saw. And it is worth naming the detail ancient writers found most worth recording about that same bronze giant, because Pausanias himself, touring Athens centuries later, and describing the Acropolis as it still stood in his own lifetime, tells us that the tip of Athena Promachos' own bronze spear and the crest of her own helmet caught the sunlight with such brightness on a clear day that sailors approaching Athens by sea from around the promontory of Cape Sunion could see the goddess's own gleaming outline from many miles out on open water, long before any other feature of the city itself became visible at all. A genuinely striking image worth sitting with for a moment. An entire returning fleet's own first glimpse of home arriving not as a coastline or a harbour, but as a single, distant flash of light thrown off the spear tip of the goddess, whose own city they were finally, after however long a voyage, sailing back toward. It is worth naming, too, a third and considerably smaller building, this same construction program raised on that same crowded summit, because its own particular design tells us something worth sitting with about how deliberately the Athenians thought through the smallest details of what they built in Athena's own honour. A small temple to Athena Nike, Victory, stands to this day at the very edge of the Acropolis, overlooking the approach any attacking army would have had to climb, and it is worth naming the specific epithet later tradition attached to the cult statue that once stood inside it: Athena Nike Apteros, wingless victory, a deliberate departure from the ordinary Greek convention of depicting the goddess of victory herself, a separate figure named Nike, with a pair of wings, since victory, in the wider Greek imagination, was understood as a fundamentally fickle and mobile force, prone to abandoning whichever side currently held it, and flying on its own considerable wings to favour an entirely different army instead. The Athenians, this tradition tells us, deliberately built their own image of victory without any wings at all, reasoning, in a piece of civic logic this evening's own larger case has already shown you, was entirely characteristic of how this particular city thought, that a victory unable to fly away could never again leave Athens for anyone else. A small architectural decision that captures, in miniature, exactly the same blend of genuine cleverness and genuine, slightly overreaching civic pride this whole evening, has already shown you running through so much of what this city actually built and believed about its own patron goddess. It is worth pausing too on what the annual Panathenaic festival, already named once in this evening's own earlier discussion of the Peplos and the Araphoroi, actually felt like to an ordinary Athenian citizen or visitor who happened to be standing inside it rather than reading about it. From a comfortable distance many centuries later, because this whole tradition preserves, in the sculpted marble frieze that once ran the entire circuit of the Parthenon's own inner chamber, a continuous, carved procession of exactly this same festival in progress. Horsemen and chariots and sacrificial animals and elders and young women carrying offering bowls, a whole city's own citizenry rendered in stone parading permanently, endlessly, toward the goddess they had all just spent this evening's own story learning so much about. It is worth imagining the actual noise and heat and crowding of that same procession as it would have felt to any single, ordinary participant walking inside it, the sharp tang of dust kicked up by hundreds of sandaled feet and hundreds more hooves moving together along the Panathenaic way. The specific mixed smell of incense and roasting sacrificial meat carried on whatever wind happened to be blowing that particular morning. The low, constant murmur of a whole city's worth of ordinary conversation rising and falling around the more formal, ritual chanting of the priests leading the procession itself, the sheer, sustained physical effort of climbing, in full ceremonial dress and in the considerable heat of the late Attic summer, the same steep final approach up onto the Acropolis that every visitor to that sanctuary, ancient or modern, has always had to climb on foot. It is worth pausing too on who actually built the temple this whole procession was marching toward, because a remarkable and genuinely rare piece of direct documentary evidence survives to tell us, carved into stone rather than passed down through any poet's own more pliable memory. Fragments of the actual building accounts for the Parthenon and its own sister structures on the Acropolis have survived down to the present day, inscribed public records listing, year by year, the wages actually paid to the men who quarried, hauled, carved, and set every single block of that same enormous building, and it is worth naming what those same inscriptions actually tell us, because it complicates, in a genuinely interesting direction, the same both hands accounting this evening has already applied to the festival built to honour the finished building. The surviving accounts show Athenian citizens, resident foreigners the Greeks called metics, and enslaved labourers working the same skilled tasks side by side on the same construction crews, and, more strikingly still, receiving so far as the fragmentary record allows modern scholars to determine the same daily wage for the same specific piece of skilled work, a drachma, a day recorded again and again beside names and occupations with no distinction drawn in the payment itself between a free citizen's own labour and an enslaved man's. It is worth naming honestly that this detail should not be mistaken for any kind of ancient equality in the modern sense, since a wage paid for an enslaved labourer's own work went, in the overwhelming majority of cases, not into that same labourer's own hands, but into his owner's. And since the fundamental condition of slavery itself, the same institution this channel has already named, in an earlier telling of Scandinavian society, as a form of unfree labour popular memory too often passes over too quickly, remained entirely unchanged by the fact of an equal daily rate recorded on a public inscription. But it is worth naming too that the simple fact of equal pay for equal skilled work, an idea a great many considerably more modern societies have struggled and often failed to actually practice, was apparently uncontroversial enough on an Athenian building site in the 5th century before Christ that nobody involved in keeping these particular public accounts felt any need to record or to justify it as anything unusual at all. A small, genuinely surprising piece of ordinary workaday history worth holding up beside everything else. This evening has told you about the goddess whose own temple those same hands were actually building. It is worth pausing too on what an ordinary household's own relationship with this same goddess actually looked like, away from any temple or any festival procession at all, because Athena's own worship was never confined only to the grand civic occasions this evening has spent so much time describing. Picture, if you will, an ordinary Athenian woman, the kind of person this whole tradition rarely bothers naming individually at all, seated at her own loom in the enclosed private courtyard of her own household on an entirely ordinary morning, working the same kind of patient, skilled labour this evening has already told you Athena herself was believed to have personally taught the very first women who ever practised it, murmuring as she worked, not any elaborate or formal prayer, but the same short, practical, half-conscious invocation of the goddess's own name that this tradition tells us accompanied an enormous share of the ordinary daily skilled work performed inside Athenian households of every social rank. A small, private, and entirely unrecorded moment of devotion this evening's own case has to imagine rather than document directly, because the old sources, so attentive to the great public dramas of gods and kings and heroes, almost never bothered to write down the quiet, repeated, everyday prayers of the ordinary women whose own patient labour this same goddess was believed to watch over most closely of all. It is worth naming finally one further and considerably less flattering detail this same festival's own history preserves, because it belongs to the same both hands accounting this whole night has already insisted on applying to Athena herself, and it applies here just as honestly to the actual human institutions built in her name. The honour of weaving that same sacred peplos, and of serving among the small select group of araphoroi this evening as already named, was never extended to every Athenian girl regardless of her own family's circumstances, but reserved, by strict and unapologetic custom, to daughters of a small number of aristocratic Athenian families, a detail worth sitting with for a moment, because it means the goddess whose own most celebrated civic myth this evening has already shown you resolving on the strength of an ordinary popular vote presided in the actual practised religion of her own city, over a festival whose most honoured ceremonial roles remained, across the whole of Athenian history, quietly and permanently closed to the daughters of every ordinary working household whose own oil and whose own woven cloth had done so much to make that same city's prosperity possible in the first place. A mortal weaver who forgot her own place and paid for it rewoven into her own body. It is worth pausing here, because Athena's own patronage of weaving produced one further story this tradition told and retold for centuries, and it is a story that belongs squarely among the darker, more uncomfortable episodes this whole night keeps insisting on naming honestly rather than passing over. In the region of Lydia, in what is now western Turkey, there lived, this tradition tells us, a mortal woman named Arachne, a weaver of such extraordinary skill that nymphs themselves, the old poets tell us, would leave their own groves and their own rivers simply to watch her work. Her tapestries so lifelike and so finely made that they seemed, to everyone who saw them, considerably more like magic than like ordinary human craft. Arachne, proud of a gift she had, by her own account, developed entirely through her own effort rather than through any divine instruction, began to boast, publicly and repeatedly, that her own skill at the loom actually exceeded Athena's own, a claim this tradition treats as genuinely dangerous the moment it is spoken aloud, because pride of exactly this kind, a mortal claiming equality with or superiority over a god in the very field that God was believed to personally govern, was understood across the whole of this civilization's own religious imagination as the single most reliable way to invite a swift and often disproportionate divine punishment. Athena, hearing of this boast, appeared to Arachne disguised as an old woman, offering her, gently and more than once, the chance to walk her own claim back, to credit the goddess's own instruction rather than her own unaided talent, and it is worth pausing on that offer, because it means Athena, in this particular story at least, extended Arachne a genuine chance at mercy before the confrontation that followed, an opportunity for humility this tradition consistently presents as the single wisest response available to any mortal who found themselves, deliberately or accidentally, in open competition with a god. Arachne refused, insisting on her own claim with a stubbornness this tradition treats as admirable in one breath and catastrophic in the next, and Athena, casting off her disguise, agreed to a direct weaving contest between the two of them. It is worth pausing on what each woman actually chose to weave, because the contrast between their two finished tapestries is the single most important detail in this entire story, and it is a detail more decorative modern retellings very often leave out entirely. Athena wove a tapestry depicting her own victory in the contest for Athens, the gods of Olympus arrayed in careful, dignified order around her, a scene of divine order, harmony and rightful triumph, and, in several tellings, a small border decoration around the central image showing mortals who had previously dared to challenge the gods and been justly punished for it, a subtle warning stitched directly into the very fabric of her own entry. Arachne, by contrast, wove a tapestry depicting not divine order and rightful triumph, but divine misconduct, a series of scenes showing various gods, Zeus foremost among them, disguising themselves to seduce or assault unsuspecting mortal women, Europa carried off by a bull, Leda approached by a swan, Danae visited as a shower of gold, a whole catalogue, rendered with the same extraordinary and undeniable skill this tradition has already told us Arachne genuinely possessed, of exactly the kind of divine abuse of power this whole family's own history, as this channel's listeners have by now heard across many separate nights, was actually full of. It is worth pausing, honestly, on how difficult it is to call Arachne's own tapestry inaccurate, because nearly every single scene she chose to depict was drawn directly from stories this tradition itself told, repeatedly and without much apparent shame, about its own gods, and it is worth naming plainly that Arachne's true offence, in the eyes of the goddess judging her, may have had less to do with any flaw in her actual craftsmanship, which even Athena herself, the old sources tell us, could find no fault with, and everything to do with the simple fact that she had told an uncomfortable truth about the gods with more honesty and more skill than any mortal was generally permitted to get away with. Athena's response, whatever its true motivation, was fury, and it is worth naming what that fury actually did, because this telling is not going to soften it. She tore Arachne's own flawless tapestry to pieces, and then, in most versions of this story, struck the young woman herself, driving her, in her own grief and shame, to attempt to end her own life by hanging. Athena, in a gesture this tradition frames as mercy, but that reads, honestly, as something considerably stranger and considerably more ambiguous, prevented Arachne's death but transformed her instead into a spider, condemning her and all her descendants to spend the whole of their existence weaving still, endlessly and skillfully, but now on threads spun directly from their own bodies rather than on any loom, forever, an existence this tradition never actually calls a punishment outright, but that reads, to any honest listener, as one all the same, skill preserved and craft preserved, but stripped of every other part of the human dignity that had once accompanied it. It is worth naming honestly the both hands accounting this particular story demands of us before we move on, because it is one of the clearest single cases in this whole night's story of Athena's own celebrated wisdom curdling into something considerably colder once her own pride rather than any mortal's genuine wrongdoing was actually at stake. Arachne's skill was real. Her tapestry's own content was, by any honest reading of this tradition's own wider catalogue of divine misconduct, considerably more accurate than flattering, and her punishment fell, in the end, not on any lie she had told, but on a truth she had rendered too well for the goddess judging her to comfortably sit with. It is worth carrying that discomfort forward, because it is going to recur, in slightly different shape, more than once before tonight's own long case for Athena's wisdom is finally allowed to rest. An instrument invented and thrown away rather than be laughed at. It is worth naming one further story belonging to this same cluster of craft and vanity, because it involves an invention this evening has already told you Athena was credited with in an entirely different context, the double reed pipe called the aulos, and it shows us, in a smaller and considerably more darkly comic register than either Arachne's or Medusa's own story, exactly the same pattern of a goddess's own wounded pride landing, in the end, on someone else's shoulders entirely. Athena, this tradition tells us, fashioned the very first aulos herself, delighted at first with the rich, unusual sound the instrument could produce, and played it for the assembled gods at a feast on Olympus, only to catch sight partway through her own performance of her own reflection in a still pool of water, or, in some tellings, in a polished shield held up by a mischievous onlooker, and to see, staring back at her, her own face grotesquely swollen and reddened by the effort of blowing into the instrument's own reed, a sight this tradition tells us the other assembled gods, Hera and Aphrodite chief among them, found genuinely and openly hilarious. It is worth pausing on what Athena actually did with that same humiliation, because it tells us something worth holding on to about how little tolerance this particular goddess had for looking foolish in front of an audience. However harmless the actual cause, she flung the Aulus away from her in disgust, this tradition tells us, cursing, in the same breath, whoever might be foolish enough to pick it up and play it after her, a curse this evening's own case is not going to pretend was anything other than petty, since the instrument itself had done nothing at all except make an unflattering sound, while she herself happened to be the one blowing into it. It is worth naming who actually found the discarded pipe, because this is where the story's own consequences stop being merely comic and turn genuinely tragic. A satyr named Marsyas, this tradition tells us, came across the abandoned aulos lying where Athena had thrown it, picked it up, and, entirely unaware of the curse now attached to it, taught himself to play it with a skill that grew over time, genuinely remarkable. Skilled enough, in the end, that Marsyas made the fatal mistake of challenging the god Apollo himself to a musical contest. Apollo's own lyre against the satyr's own borrowed and cursed pipe, with the muses serving as judges and the loser's own fate left entirely to the winner's discretion. Marsyas lost, as every mortal or semi-divine challenger who ever dared to compete directly against an Olympian in that Olympian's own particular specialty in this whole tradition's storytelling always eventually loses, and it is worth naming plainly and without softening it what Apollo actually did to him in victory, because it is one of the single most brutal punishments this entire tradition records anywhere in its own considerable catalogue of divine cruelty. Apollo had Marsyas flayed alive, his own skin stripped entirely from his body as a satyr's own presumption, and left, by several ancient accounts, hanging afterward in a cave near the source of a river the Greeks came to name after him, the Marsyas, said to run, from that point forward, red with what remained of his own suffering. It is worth sitting, honestly, with how directly this whole chain of consequence traces back to Athena's own single moment of wounded vanity beside a still pool of water, because it means a satyr who had never once wronged her, who did nothing more than find and skillfully play an instrument she herself had thrown away in a fit of embarrassment, ended his own life flayed alive for a curse Athena had tossed off carelessly, and, so far as this tradition ever tells us, never once thought to revisit or regret. It is worth naming this story alongside Arachne's spider and Medusa's serpents, and Laocoon's own silenced warning as one more entry in the same growing ledger, because it shows us, in its own small and almost throwaway fashion, that Athena's own considerable and genuine gifts to this whole tradition's storytelling, the aulos among them, so often arrived bundled together with a consequence she herself never had to personally bear, falling instead time and again on whichever unlucky mortal or semi-divine bystander happened to pick up whatever she had just set down. A temple defiled, and a judgment that fell on the wrong shoulders. It is worth turning now to the single darkest story this entire tradition tells about, Athena, because it involves her directly in one of the oldest and most painful questions this whole channel has ever asked in this room, the question of what happens when a violation of the sacred falls in its aftermath, not on the party actually responsible for it, but on the party who suffered it first. In the fullest and most widely told version of this story, composed by the Roman poet Ovid, centuries after the earliest Greek tellings of these same events, a young woman named Medusa served, before the events that would transform her forever, as a priestess in Athena's own temple, renowned across the whole of the ancient world for a single feature above every other, hair more beautiful and more admired than any other woman's in the whole of Greece, a beauty that came with real and serious religious obligation, since a priestess consecrated to a virgin goddess was understood by everyone in her own community to belong, in a genuinely binding sense, to that goddess alone. It was into that same consecrated temple that Poseidon, god of the restless and ungovernable sea, came looking for Medusa and assaulted her there, inside the one space in the whole of the ancient world that should have offered her the greatest possible protection rather than the least. It is worth naming plainly, without softening it the way shorter modern retellings unfortunately still sometimes do, exactly what happened next. Athena, discovering what had occurred inside her own sacred space, did not turn her anger toward Poseidon, a fellow Olympian whose own standing made him, by the plain political arithmetic of that same crowded heaven, a considerably more dangerous target for any lasting punishment. She turned it instead toward Medusa herself, transforming the very hair that had once been her single, most celebrated feature into a crown of living serpents, and marking her from that moment forward with a gaze so terrible that any living creature who looked directly into her eyes would turn immediately to stone. It is worth naming, honestly, the range of explanations this tradition itself has offered for that choice across the many centuries it has been retold, because the old sources never actually settle the question themselves. Some readers, ancient and modern alike, have understood Athena's action as falling not on any judgment of Medusa's own moral guilt at all, but on the ritual pollution, the miasma, that this whole culture believed settled automatically over a consecrated ground once violence had been done inside it, a mechanical rather than moral response that an ancient audience, raised inside a genuinely different religious framework than a modern listener's own, may not have received with quite the same immediate sense of injustice a listener tonight almost certainly does. Other readers, ancient and modern both, have read it far more darkly, as a goddess with no earthly consequence to fear for striking directly at a fellow Olympian, choosing instead to strike at the considerably safer and considerably more available mortal target standing in front of her. And a great many modern readers, encountering this story without that same ancient framework of ritual pollution already built into their own thinking, have understood it simply and starkly as one of the clearest surviving ancient depictions of a victim being punished for a violence that was never, in any real sense, her own fault at all, a reading. This telling is not going to dismiss as some anachronistic modern imposition, because Ovid's own Latin gives us no indication anywhere in the poem that Medusa did anything at all to invite what happened to her. It is worth naming too that Perseus, the young hero eventually sent to bring back Medusa's own severed head, as an impossible task set by a king who wanted him gone, could never have survived that same quest without Athena's own direct and continuous guidance, and it is worth sitting with the genuine strangeness of that fact. A goddess who bears, by one entire strand of this tradition's own telling, direct responsibility for what Medusa had actually become, personally equipping and personally steadying the hand of the very man who was about to end that same transformed woman's life. Athena provided Perseus with a shield polished bright enough to reflect Medusa's own image safely, letting him strike without ever once looking directly at the danger he was actually facing, and guided his own hand at the decisive instant, making certain the blade found exactly the single mortal neck among 3 otherwise immortal sisters that it needed to find. And it is worth naming finally what Athena did with the head once Perseus had brought it back to her, because she placed it, by most tellings, at the very centre of her own aegis, wearing the face of the very woman her own earlier judgment had transformed as her own personal emblem of protection for the whole of the rest of this tradition's storytelling. A symmetry. This telling is not going to try to resolve into any tidy moral lesson, because the ancient sources themselves never resolve it either, and it may be one of the truest and most uncomfortable things this whole night's story has to tell you about the particular, unsentimental shape Athena's own wisdom so often actually took, cold enough, when it judged a wronged woman guilty of nothing more than having been in the wrong sacred space at the wrong moment, to leave that same woman's face fixed forever to her own chest, as a trophy she apparently never once felt any need to set aside, a blood that killed with one drop and healed with another. It is worth naming one further piece of Medusa's own strange afterlife, because this tradition tells us Athena kept more from that same severed head than only its face, and the use she eventually made of the rest of it says something worth sitting with about how thoroughly this goddess's own gifts, across the whole of tonight's story, tended to carry both a blessing and a curse, folded inextricably into the very same object. This tradition tells us that Athena collected a quantity of Medusa's own blood, drawn in the fullest surviving version of this story, from two separate veins on opposite sides of the Gorgon's own severed neck, and gave it, in two carefully separated vials, to the healer Asclepius, son of Apollo, and, in this tradition's own telling, the single most gifted physician the mortal world would ever produce. Blood drawn from the veins on Medusa's own left side, this tradition tells us, was a poison of total and instant lethality, capable of killing any living creature it touched. Blood drawn from her own right side carried the exact opposite power, capable in Asclepius's own careful and increasingly confident hands of curing any illness and, in time, of actually raising the dead. It is worth pausing on what Asclepius eventually did with that second, healing half of the gift, because it explains why this particular story ends the way it does. Asclepius's own skill with Medusa's own resurrective blood grew, this tradition tells us, so complete and so widely known across the mortal world that he began, in the final and most dangerous stretch of his own career, actually restoring dead mortals to life, a power this tradition consistently treats as the single line no mortal healer, however gifted, was ever meant to cross, since a world in which death itself could simply be reversed by a sufficiently skilled physician threatened to undo the entire balance the Olympian order had been built to maintain, emptying, this tradition tells us, the underworld itself of the steady population of souls Hades had every right to expect. It was Hades, in most tellings, who complained directly to Zeus about this exact threat to his own kingdom's own basic order, and Zeus, weighing his brother's own legitimate grievance against the genuine good Asclepius's own gift, had already done for a great many mortal families, ultimately struck the healer down with a single thunderbolt, ending, in one stroke, both the life Athena's own gift had made so miraculously effective, and the further deaths that same gift might otherwise have gone on undoing indefinitely. It is worth naming finally what this whole grim chain of consequence actually adds to tonight's larger case, because it means the single kindest and most literally life-giving gift this evening has shown you Athena ever extending to any mortal, drawn, with a bitter and rather characteristic irony, from the very same body her own earlier judgment had already destroyed, still ended, several careful steps down the line, in yet another death. A pattern. This whole night's story keeps returning to almost every time Athena's own wisdom touches a mortal life, closely enough to actually change its course. The seer who glimpsed what he was never meant to see. It is worth pausing on one further story of Athena's own severity, because it offers, in its own resolution, a considerably more complicated and considerably more genuinely merciful outcome than either Arachne's or Medusa's own stories managed to produce, and it is worth telling it here in full, because it involves one of the single most important prophetic figures in the whole of Greek mythology. A Theban seer named Tiresias, in his own youth, before the blindness and the prophecy this tradition would come to know him for happened, entirely by accident, upon Athena bathing in a spring alongside his own mother, a nymph named Chariclo, who counted herself, by every surviving account, among the goddess's own closest and most trusted mortal companions. It is worth naming plainly what happened next, because the old sources are consistent on this point, even where they differ on nearly everything else about Tiresias's own long and strange life. Athena, discovering that a mortal man, even one who had glimpsed her only by pure accident, and with no intent at all to violate her own privacy, had seen her unclothed, struck him blind on the spot. A punishment this tradition treats as an almost automatic and unavoidable consequence of the act itself, rather than as any considered judgment of Tiresias's own genuine innocence, since every surviving telling of this story agrees that the young man had done nothing at all to deserve what happened to him, beyond the simple, involuntary bad luck of having looked in the wrong direction at the wrong moment. It is worth pausing on Chariclo's own grief in the aftermath, because this tradition, more generously here than in either Arachne's or Medusa's own stories, actually gives us her voice directly, pleading with Athena to undo what she had just done to her own son, and it is worth naming what Athena's own response actually was, because it separates this story meaningfully from the two darker episodes we've already told tonight. Athena told Chariclo, this tradition tells us, that she could not restore her son's actual sight, since the punishment, once inflicted, could not simply be reversed, but she could, and did, offer something else in its place, a different, and in several respects considerably greater gift, granting Tiresias the power of true prophecy, an inner sight that let him perceive the future and the will of the gods with a clarity no other mortal seer in the whole of this tradition was ever credited with matching, along with an unusually long life, extending across 7 ordinary human generations, so that Tiresias would go on, across the whole rest of Greek mythological history, to counsel kings, to warn Oedipus of the very truth that would eventually destroy him, and to appear even in the underworld itself, retaining his own prophetic gift even in death, when Odysseus descended there seeking his counsel on the last leg of his own long voyage home. It is worth naming, honestly, why this particular story matters so much to tonight's own larger case, because it is the clearest single example this whole night has to offer of Athena's own wisdom actually functioning. The way this tradition most wants us to believe it always did, a punishment that could not, by the plain rules of this world, simply be undone, answered not with indifference or with further cruelty, but with a genuine, thoughtful, and ultimately more valuable substitute, a goddess capable, when she actually chose to be, of turning an irreversible harm into something closer to an even exchange. And it is worth holding this story up against Arachne's spider and Medusa's serpents as we move on, because it proves that Athena's own coldness, however real and however repeatedly this whole night has already shown it to you, was never actually the whole of what she was capable of offering a mortal who crossed her path, a choice on a mountainside that would cost a whole city everything. It is worth turning now to the single event this entire tradition credits with setting the whole of the Trojan War into motion, because Athena stood, by this story's own telling, directly at its very centre, and because the choice made against her on a quiet mountainside in the region of Phrygia explains nearly everything about her own particular fury across the whole 10 years of war that followed. At the wedding of the mortal hero Peleus and the sea nymph Thetis, a marriage this channel's listeners have already heard connected, in an entirely separate telling, to the eventual birth of Achilles himself, every god and goddess of Olympus was invited except one, Eris, goddess of discord, whose exclusion this tradition treats as an entirely understandable precaution that nonetheless backfired catastrophically, because Eris, uninvited and furious, arrived at the feast anyway and tossed among the assembled guests a single golden apple, inscribed with the words, "For the fairest," a deliberately vague and deliberately incendiary gift that 3 goddesses in particular, Hera, Athena and Aphrodite, each immediately claimed for herself, unable to settle the dispute themselves and unwilling to let Zeus, who had good reason to avoid publicly favouring any one of these 3 particular goddesses over the other 2, decide it either. The task of judging which goddess truly deserved the apple fell to a mortal, a Trojan prince named Paris, living at that time as a shepherd on Mount Ida after having been abandoned in infancy, on account of a prophecy that he would one day bring ruin to his own city. It is worth naming what each of the 3 goddesses actually offered him, because the specific content of each bribe tells us something true about how this tradition understood their own respective natures. Hera offered political power, dominion over the whole of Asia. Aphrodite offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the entire world, and Athena offered wisdom itself, along with victory and skill in war, a gift this whole knight's story has already spent so long establishing as her own single, most defining quality, offered here, plainly and directly, as her own personal bribe in a beauty contest whose very premise, judging a goddess's worth by her physical appearance alone, sits uneasily against everything else this tradition tells us Athena actually valued. Paris chose Aphrodite, and with her the love of Helen, wife of the Spartan king Menelaus, a choice this whole tradition treats as the direct and immediate spark of the entire 10-year war that followed, and it is worth naming plainly what that choice actually meant for Athena's own standing in the story that came next. She'd been judged in open competition, not merely defeated but rejected in favour of a considerably more immediately gratifying bribe, and this tradition is remarkably consistent across the whole of the Iliad and every later retelling of the war it describes, in showing her carrying that particular rejection with a fury that never once fully cooled across the entire following decade, siding with the Greeks throughout the war that followed not merely out of any abstract preference for their cause, but out of a genuinely personal grievance against the city, and specifically the prince, who had once judged another goddess more beautiful than her. It is worth pausing, before we follow that same rejected goddess into the 10 years of fighting her own wounded pride, helped set in motion, on the plain, uncounted arithmetic of what that particular decade of vengeance actually cost, because this tradition, so attentive to the individual grief of its own named heroes, is considerably less careful about totaling the ordinary lives spent alongside them. No ancient source ever attempts anything like a systematic count of how many Greek and Trojan soldiers actually died across 10 full years of siege warfare fought over a single beauty contest's own disputed verdict, nor of how many wives on both sides of that same war spent a full decade not knowing whether their own husbands were alive, nor of how many children, on both sides of those same city walls, grew from infancy to adolescence never once seeing a father who had marched away to settle, at bottom, a quarrel between 3 goddesses over a golden apple none of the actual soldiers dying in that same war had ever seen or touched. It is worth naming, honestly, that this whole tradition's own storytelling instinct, focusing so tightly and so movingly on Achilles' own grief for Patroclus, on Hector's own final words to his wife Andromache, on Priam's own desperate midnight journey to beg for his son's body back, tends to obscure simply by the sheer intimacy of its own best-remembered scenes the plain fact that the war producing all of that grief was, at its own point of origin, a squabble among gods over which of them was most beautiful, and that Athena's own considerable and celebrated wisdom did nothing whatsoever, across the whole of that same decade, to spare a single one of the ordinary unnamed dead, whose own losses this tradition never once bothered to count. A war she helped win with her mind rather than her hands alone. It is worth walking now through the specific ways Athena's own particular brand of wisdom actually shaped the 10 years of fighting at Troy, because the Iliad gives us, across its whole considerable length, a genuinely detailed portrait of exactly how this goddess chose to intervene in mortal warfare, and it is a portrait that bears out, again and again, the same contrast with Ares this whole night has already described. In the poem's very first book, when Achilles, furious at Agamemnon's own high-handed seizure of a captured woman, rightfully his, very nearly draws his own sword against his supreme commander, in the middle of the entire assembled Greek camp, it is Athena, sent by Hera and visible to Achilles alone, who appears at his own shoulder and restrains him, not by force, which this tradition never once suggests she could not have applied, but by counsel, urging him to answer Agamemnon with words rather than with a blade that would have thrown the whole Greek cause into immediate and irreparable chaos. A single moment of restraint that this entire war's own eventual outcome, this tradition wants us to understand, may well have depended on. In the poem's fifth book, Athena grants the Greek hero Diomedes a gift no other mortal warrior in the entire epic is ever given: the temporary power to see through the ordinary mist that separates mortal sight from the actual presence of the gods on the battlefield, so that Diomedes alone, for one extraordinary stretch of fighting, can perceive exactly which god is standing where and can strike, under Athena's own direct guidance, not merely at mortal Trojans but at Aphrodite herself, wounding her hand as she attempts to rescue her own son Aeneas from the fighting, and even, later in that same extraordinary sequence, at Ares himself, driving her half-brother from the field with a wound that sends him howling back to Olympus, a moment this whole night's earlier contrast between the two war gods pays off directly, since it is Athena's own guided intelligence, rather than any raw strength of Diomedes' own, that manages to wound the god of war itself in a way no other single moment across the entire poem ever quite matches. A gift withdrawn at the very last instant it could still have been given. It is worth pausing before we follow Diomedes any further into his own considerable exploits at Troy, on a story belonging properly to his own father's own generation, because it shows us, more starkly than perhaps any other single episode this whole evening has told, exactly where Athena's own favour actually stopped, and it is worth telling it here rather than passing over it, since it explains something real about the specific character of the favour she went on to extend to his own son a generation later. Tydeus, Diomedes' own father, fought in the earlier and less celebrated War of the Seven against Thebes, this channel's listeners having already heard that same campaign named in an earlier telling of Poseidon's own scattered bloodline. And Athena, this tradition tells us, had grown fond enough of Tydeus' own considerable battle skill across that same campaign that she petitioned Zeus directly to grant him immortality, intending, in the final hours of a battle that would in fact prove fatal to him, to descend personally and bestow that same gift before his wounds could finish killing him. It is worth naming what she found when she actually arrived, because it changed her mind in the single instant it took her to see it. Tydeus, mortally wounded and dying on the battlefield, had been brought the severed head of Melanippus, the very enemy warrior who had dealt him his own fatal wound, and in a final savage act of battle fury this tradition does not soften in the retelling, cracked the skull open and began to eat the dead man's own brains. A single act of raw, uncontrolled appetite this tradition places in the very same category. This whole evening has already shown you Athena consistently despised in her own half-brother Ares. Athena, arriving with the gift of immortality already prepared, saw what Tydeus was actually doing, and turned away in disgust, this tradition tells us, withdrawing the gift she had come to bestow, and leaving the dying man to die a fully mortal death after all. A single, withheld gift, standing in its own small and grim way, as one of the clearest pieces of evidence this whole night's case has to offer, that Athena's own favour, however genuine and however generously extended to the mortals who actually earned it, was never unconditional, and could be, and in this one particular instance actually was, revoked in a single instant the moment its own recipient revealed an appetite for violence. This goddess of disciplined, purposeful war could not bring herself to reward with anything so permanent as eternal life. It is worth naming finally that Athena's own favour for Diomedes himself, so thoroughly documented across this evening's own earlier account of the Iliad, arrived in this light, carrying a quiet echo of his own father's failure, a second chance extended to a second generation, and Diomedes, unlike his own father, never once gave the goddess watching over him any similar cause for disgust. a brother's face borrowed for the last deception a hero would ever face. It is worth naming, too, one further intervention Athena made in the fighting at Troy, because it involves not a favoured Greek hero at all, but the single most sympathetic figure fighting on the Trojan side, and it shows us, more starkly than perhaps any other single moment this whole evening has described, exactly how cold her own particular brand of wisdom could turn once she had decided which side of a conflict actually deserved to win it. In the poem's 22nd book, with the Trojan army already routed and streaming back inside its own walls, Hector, the city's own greatest defender, and the poem's own most genuinely honourable warrior, alone among his own countrymen, chose to stand outside those same walls and face the pursuing Achilles, rather than retreat to safety alongside everyone else. A decision this tradition frames as born equally of real courage and of a shame he could not bring himself to survive, having led a disastrous charge the day before that his own father now begged him, from the walls above, not to compound with a hopeless single combat against the one Greek warrior no mortal alive could actually defeat. Hector's own resolve very nearly broke regardless, this tradition tells us, as Achilles closed the distance between them, and it was at this exact moment that Athena intervened, not this time to counsel restraint the way she had once done for Achilles himself in the poem's opening book, but to disguise herself as Hector's own brother Deiphobus, appearing at his side and offering, in a brother's own familiar voice, to stand and fight alongside him, rather than let him face Achilles alone. It is worth pausing on what that single false promise actually did to Hector's own decision in that moment, because this tradition tells us plainly that it was exactly this apparent reinforcement, a second spear at his own side rather than the isolation he had feared only a moment before, that gave Hector the courage to hold his ground and meet Achilles' own charge rather than turning to run. It is worth naming what happened once the two men's spears had both already been thrown, and Hector, his own weapon spent, turned to the brother he believed was still standing at his side to ask for a second spear to continue the fight, and found no one there at all, Athena's own disguise, and the goddess wearing it, having simply vanished the instant her purpose had been served, leaving Hector to understand in the single worst possible instant for that understanding to arrive, that he had been deceived, that no brother had ever actually come to stand beside him, and that he was going to die, alone and unarmed, in front of the very walls he had spent his own entire adult life defending. It is worth sitting with the particular cruelty of that deception for a moment, because Hector, in this poem's own telling, is drawn with a dignity and a sympathy. This whole tradition rarely extends this fully to any figure fighting on the losing side of one of its own wars, a devoted husband, a gentle father, a man who goes to his own death understanding exactly what is happening to him, and asking, in his own final words, only that his own body be treated with some decency once he is gone, a request Achilles, in his own grief and fury over the death of his companion Patroclus, is going to refuse for many days afterward, before this same story's own eventual and hard-won reconciliation. Athena's own role in bringing about that death was never a matter of raw strength overpowering Hector's own courage. It was a stolen voice, borrowed just long enough to make a doomed man believe, for one final and fatal moment, that he was not actually alone. And it is worth naming plainly that this whole night's case for Athena's own wisdom has to hold this exact moment inside it too. A goddess capable of using the most intimate and most trusted of all human bonds, a brother's own voice, as nothing more than a tactical device in service of a war she had already decided, many years before on a quiet mountainside, that her own side needed to win. And it is worth naming too the single most consequential piece of strategic thinking. This tradition credits Athena with contributing to the entire war, arriving only after 10 years of direct combat had failed to break the siege of Troy's own formidable walls. It was Athena this tradition tells us, who inspired the idea of the great wooden horse, appearing in most tellings directly to a Greek craftsman named Epius, and guiding his own hands as he built the enormous hollow structure that would eventually be filled with armed soldiers and left, along with the rest of the apparently departing Greek fleet, as a supposed offering to the very goddess whose favour the Trojans believed they needed to secure their own city's safety. It is worth pausing on the layered irony of that final detail, because the stratagem that finally ended the 10-year war, built on Athena's own earlier rejection at the judgment of Paris, was, in the end, disguised specifically as a gift to Athena herself, the Trojans' own final, fatal act of misplaced piety toward the exact goddess who had never once stopped working, patiently and for a full decade, toward their own city's total destruction. A warning hurled at wood, and a priest's silence before the whole city could hear him. It's worth pausing before we follow that same horse through the city gates it was built to pass, on the two separate voices inside Troy's own walls who very nearly stopped it from ever getting there at all, because both of them were answered, in this tradition's own telling, with a swiftness and a finality that leaves very little room to doubt whose side the gods themselves had actually already chosen. A Trojan priest named Laocoon, this tradition tells us, stood before the assembled city as the great wooden structure was being debated at the gates, and warned his own countrymen, in words this whole tradition has preserved and repeated for well over 2,000 years since, that he feared the Greeks even when they came bearing gifts, and hurled his own spear into the horse's own wooden flank to prove his own suspicion, a blow the old sources tell us rang out with a sound like hollow chamber shuddering, unmistakable proof. Had anyone in the crowd actually been listening closely enough to notice it, that something considerably more than empty timber was concealed inside? Nobody listened, and it is worth naming honestly what happened next, because this tradition, most fully preserved for us by the Roman poet Virgil, writing centuries after the war it describes, credits the disaster that followed directly to the goddess this whole night has spent so long calling wise. As Laocoon prepared to press his own case further, two enormous serpents rose without warning out of the sea, gliding across the water with a speed and a purpose the old poem describes in language that leaves no doubt this was no ordinary accident of nature, and made straight for Laocoon and his own two young sons standing beside him, coiling around all three of them together and crushing the boys first, then their father as he struggled uselessly to free them, before the whole crowd of watching Trojans, in full view of the entire assembled city. Virgil names the goddess responsible plainly. Athena herself, the poem tells us, sent those same serpents, silencing the one voice in the whole of Troy that might have actually convinced its own people to burn the wooden horse where it stood rather than dragging it, in triumphant and fatal ignorance, through their own gates. It is worth pausing on how the terrified Trojans themselves actually interpreted what they had just watched, because their own conclusion, this tradition tells us, ran in precisely the opposite direction from the truth. A small and devastating piece of dramatic irony this whole story clearly wants its own audience to sit with. Rather than understanding Laocoon's own horrible death as the goddess silencing a warning she could not afford to let the city hear, the watching Trojans concluded instead that Laocoon had been struck down specifically for the sacrilege of striking the horse itself, proof, in their own reading of the disaster unfolding in front of them, that the wooden offering truly was sacred and needed, more urgently than ever, to be brought inside their own walls without any further delay. It is worth naming, too, that Cassandra herself, the same Trojan princess whose own fate at the war's final hour this evening is about to return to, also warned her own people against the horse that same day, gifted, by an entirely separate and considerably crueler piece of this tradition's own storytelling, with true and perfectly accurate prophecy by the god Apollo and cursed in the same breath by that same god after she refused his own advances to never once be believed by anyone who heard her, so that the single most accurately warned catastrophe in the whole of this tradition's storytelling unfolded in front of an entire city that had, between one silenced priest and one disbelieved princess, actually been told the whole truth in advance and simply had no way left of recognising it as such. It is worth naming, finally, what this doubled warning ignored on the very same afternoon actually adds to tonight's larger case, because it complicates considerably the picture of clear-eyed strategic brilliance this whole evening has otherwise built around Athena's own conduct of the war. A goddess whose own wisdom this whole night has spent so long celebrating chose, in this one specific and rather chilling instance, to use that same wisdom not to illuminate the truth for the people about to be destroyed by it, but to actively bury the one honest warning that might have spared them. A strategist's own clear-eyed calculation applied, in the end not toward revealing the correct path forward, but toward making absolutely certain her own enemies never found it. And it is worth carrying that discomfort forward into the rest of tonight's story, because it belongs, honestly, alongside Arachne's spider and Medusa's serpents, as one more piece of evidence that Athena's own celebrated intelligence was never quite the same thing as a commitment to letting the truth reach everyone equally. It is worth naming finally what happened once that same horse had done its work and the city had actually fallen, because it explains why Athena's own fury remarkably did not end even with Troy's own total defeat. Ajax the Lesser, one of the victorious Greek commanders, in the chaos and violence of the city's own sack, dragged the Trojan princess and prophetess Cassandra from the sanctuary of Athena's own temple, where she had taken refuge clinging to the goddess's own sacred statue, and assaulted her there. A second temple violation. This whole night's story is now shown you happening twice, echoing directly back to Poseidon's own assault on Medusa so many hours ago in tonight's telling. Athena, furious at this second desecration of her own sacred space within a single generation, went to Zeus and Poseidon both, requesting and receiving their agreement to punish the entire victorious Greek fleet on its own voyage home, storms and shipwrecks that would scatter and destroy a considerable portion of the very army whose 10-year cause she had championed so fiercely, a fury this telling is not going to narrate at the same length this channel has already given in an entirely separate story, to Poseidon's own considerably longer and considerably more personal wrath against a single one of those same returning sailors, because that particular thread belongs properly to its own telling. But it is worth naming plainly that it was Athena's own initiating anger, not Poseidon's alone, that set the whole of that homeward catastrophe into motion, and it is worth naming too the specific and rather starkly appropriate end this tradition gives to Ajax the Lesser himself, struck by a thunderbolt Zeus hurled at Athena's own direct request, as his own ship began to founder and drowned in the story's final and rather grimly satisfying turn, when Poseidon himself, hearing the man boast that he had survived the storm without any god's help at all, split the very rock Ajax was clinging to, and let the sea finally finish what Athena's own fury had first set in motion. A rare and pointed moment of open cooperation between two gods this whole channel's listeners have otherwise seen at odds with one another more often than not. The goddess who followed one hero home for 10 years without ever needing a curse. It is worth turning now from the war itself to its long and difficult aftermath, because Athena's own particular relationship with a single Greek hero, Odysseus, offers this whole night's story its clearest possible contrast with the very different kind of divine attention this same hero received from another god entirely. Where Poseidon, as this channel has already told in full in a separate telling, pursued Odysseus across 10 years of storms and shipwrecks out of a father's own furious grief for a blinded son, Athena pursued him across those same 10 years for the opposite reason entirely, not to punish him, but to protect him, favouring him from the very first pages of the Odyssey specifically because his own particular gifts, cunning, patience, resourcefulness, the very qualities this whole night's own earlier discussion of the word Metesa's already named as Athena's own defining quality, matched her own preferences more closely than any other mortals in the entire war. It is worth naming what that favour actually looked like in practice, because it rarely took the form of any dramatic intervention, and almost always took the form of careful, patient background guidance. Athena disguises herself, across the whole span of the Odyssey, as a friendly stranger, as an old shepherd, as Odysseus's own trusted family friend mentor, a disguise so thoroughly associated with wise, patient, personal guidance that the character's own name has passed, more or less unchanged, into the modern English word mentor itself, still used today for exactly the kind of careful, experienced counsel this goddess offered Telemachus, Odysseus's own son, across the whole first half of the poem, guiding the young man's own journey to seek news of his missing father, with the same patient, practical wisdom this whole night has already shown you her extending to Perseus, to Diomedes, and to Tiresias in his own moment of need. She appears to Odysseus himself at the poem's climax, disguising the transformation of his own home in Ithaca, and helping him plan, with real tactical precision, his own eventual and violent reckoning with the suitors who had overrun his household in his long absence. And it is worth naming finally that it is Athena, in the poem's very last scenes, who finally intervenes to halt an incipient civil war between Odysseus's own household and the grieving families of the suitors he has just killed, imposing by her own direct authority a lasting peace on Ithaca that no mortal party to that same conflict had any particular means of securing on their own. It is worth sitting with the shape of that whole 10-year relationship for a moment, because it means the very same decade of suffering this channel has already shown you, from Poseidon's own vantage point, as an extended and deeply personal act of divine cruelty was, from Athena's own vantage point, running in careful parallel the entire time, an extended and equally personal act of divine guidance, two gods pulling in genuinely opposite directions across the very same voyage, a tension the poem itself never once resolves cleanly, since Odysseus reaches home, in the end, considerably later and considerably more battered than Athena's own favour alone would ever have allowed, but not so late and not so battered that he fails to reach it at all. It is worth pausing a moment longer on exactly how that guidance actually opens the poem, because Athena's own very first appearance in the entire Odyssey sets the pattern for everything that follows. She comes to Telemachus disguised, in this earlier scene, not yet as the family friend mentor but as a separate figure this tradition names Mentes, a visiting lord and old family acquaintance of Odysseus's own, finding the young man sitting listlessly among his own mother's suitors, the crowd of ambitious local noblemen who had spent years occupying his own father's house, consuming his own father's own stored wealth in feast after feast, and pressing his own mother Penelope to abandon hope and remarry, a household this tradition paints in real and specific domestic detail. The halls loud with other men's laughter, the storeroom steadily emptying of wine and livestock that belonged, by any honest reckoning, to a family that had not yet been given any actual proof its own absent lord was dead. It is worth naming what Athena, in this disguise, actually gives Telemachus in that very first conversation, because it is, characteristically, not force, and not even a direct promise of rescue, but simply courage and direction, urging the young man to call an assembly of the island's own citizens to formally protest the suitor's own conduct, and to sail out himself, for the first time in his own sheltered life, to the courts of his father's own old comrades in arms to ask, directly and in person, whether any of them had heard real news of Odysseus's own fate. It is worth sitting with how small and how entirely mortal that first piece of counsel actually is. No miracle, no monster slain, only a frightened young man given, by a stranger who was never actually a stranger at all. The specific, practical confidence to finally act like the son of the father whose absence had been quietly eating away at his own household for a decade. Every great hero's second voice. It is worth pausing before we move any further into the rest of tonight's story on just how many of this tradition's own most celebrated heroes actually owed some direct portion of their own success to Athena's own patient counsel. Because Odysseus and Perseus were never the only mortals this goddess chose to personally guide. Heracles, the single greatest hero this entire tradition ever produced, whose own 12 labours this channel has already told in full across an earlier night in this room, is shown, in a great many of those same labours, receiving direct assistance from Athena at exactly the moment his own considerable strength alone was not going to be enough, helping him drive off the monstrous birds of Lake Stymphalus with a pair of bronze rattles crafted specifically for that purpose by Hephaestus at her own request, and standing beside him, by most tellings, throughout his own final and most harrowing labour, the retrieval of the three-headed hound Cerberus from the underworld itself, a presence this tradition credits, alongside Hermes' own considerable help, with actually making that impossible final task survivable at all. It is worth naming too the particular flavour of help Athena actually offered Heracles across several of his own other labours, because it was rarely the kind of direct physical assistance a modern listener might first imagine when picturing a goddess of war standing beside a hero in trouble, when Heracles was set the task of cleaning the enormous, decades-accumulated filth from the stables of King Odysseus in a single day, an assignment set specifically because it was assumed to be beneath any hero's own dignity and beyond any hero's own physical capability at once. It was practical, engineering cleverness rather than brute strength that actually solved the problem, diverting the course of 2 entire rivers to wash the stables clean in a single afternoon. And while this particular tradition does not always credit Athena by name with the specific idea, this whole night's own case has already shown you, again and again, that this exact kind of lateral, resourceful problem-solving, finding the one clever trick that makes an apparently impossible physical task suddenly trivial, is precisely the signature this goddess left on nearly every story she ever touched. It is worth naming, too, that when Heracles' own 12 labours were finally completed, and his own mortal life, worn down by poison and by grief, finally ended on a burning pyre he built and climbed himself, it was Athena, this tradition tells us, who personally escorted his own transformed immortal spirit up to Olympus, presenting him to the assembled gods, and securing alongside Zeus's own consent a formal reconciliation with Hera, the very goddess whose own lifelong hatred had driven so much of his own suffering in the first place, arranging, in the story's own final and rather generous turn, for Heracles to marry Hera's own daughter, Hebe, goddess of eternal youth, a resolution this tradition presents as Athena's own last and most personally attentive act of guardianship over a hero she had guided, in one careful form or another, across the whole length of his own difficult mortal life. It is worth naming too the story of Bellerophon, a Corinthian hero tasked with capturing and taming Pegasus, the winged horse. This whole night's earlier telling of Medusa's own death has already shown you springing fully formed from her severed neck, a creature no ordinary mortal bridle could ever hope to control. Bellerophon, struggling and failing repeatedly to approach the wild, magnificent animal, was visited in his sleep, this tradition tells us, by Athena herself, who presented him, in the dream, with a golden bridle unlike any device a mortal craftsman had ever forged, and instructed him to make a sacrifice to Poseidon, in this one instance her own frequent rival, before attempting the capture again. Bellerophon woke to find the very same golden bridle lying beside him. No longer only a dream, but an actual physical gift left in his waking hand. And with it, this tradition tells us, he approached and tamed Pegasus with an ease no earlier attempt had come anywhere close to matching. A small but telling detail worth sitting with, because it shows us Athena's own wisdom, operating in its purest and most literal form, not as brute assistance in the capture itself, but as the single correct piece of practical technology, offered at exactly the right moment, that made an apparently impossible task suddenly and completely achievable. And it is worth naming, finally, the counsel she offered Cadmus, the legendary founder of Thebes, in a story this channel may well tell in full some other night, when that same hero, having slain a dragon sacred to Ares in defence of his own men, was instructed by Athena to sow the dragon's own teeth into the freshly turned earth, from which sprang, fully armed, a host of warriors called the Spartoi, the sown men, who immediately fell to fighting one another until only 5 remained. 5 survivors who would go on to become the founding noble families of Thebes itself, a strange and violent piece of practical advice that nonetheless gave Cadmus exactly what his own fledgling city actually needed. A body of loyal, battle-tested founding citizens conjured, through Athena's own guidance, directly out of the very earth their own city was about to be built upon. A courtroom on a bare Athenian hill, and the vote that ended the oldest law in the world. It is worth turning now at last to the single story this whole night has been building toward from its very first paragraph, because it is the clearest, most concrete, and most historically consequential single act of wisdom this entire tradition ever credited to Athena, and it belongs to a story this channel's listeners have not yet heard in full, in this room, The Tragedy of the House of Atreus, and specifically its final chapter. Composed by the Athenian playwright Aeschylus in the 5th century before Christ as the climax of a trilogy of plays called the Oresteia. It is worth naming briefly the whole terrible chain of events that led to this final courtroom scene, because the case Athena is eventually asked to judge cannot be understood without it. Agamemnon, the Greek commander whose own quarrel with Achilles opened the Iliad itself, returned home from the 10 years of war at Troy, only to be murdered by his own wife, Clytemnestra, in vengeance for his own earlier sacrifice of their daughter Iphigenia, offered up to secure favourable winds for the Greek fleet's departure so many years before. Their son, Orestes, commanded by the god Apollo himself to avenge his father's murder, killed his own mother in turn, an act this tradition understood as simultaneously righteous, since a father's murder demanded vengeance by the oldest law this civilization recognized, and monstrous, since matricide violated a bond this same civilization considered even more fundamentally sacred. It was the Erinyes, the ancient and terrible avenging Furies. This channel's listeners have already met in an earlier telling of this same family's oldest history, who rose up to pursue Orestes for that second crime, hounding him relentlessly across the whole of Greece, driving him nearly to madness, because the Furies answered to an older and considerably more mechanical form of justice than anything this whole night has described Athena practicing, a justice that recognized no context, no mitigating circumstance, no distinction between a murder committed in cold malice and a murder committed under a god's own direct and explicit command. Only the blunt, unappeasable fact of blood spilled that demanded, by the oldest law these ancient beings served, more blood spilled in answer, an endless and self-perpetuating cycle. This whole story is about to show you Athena finally, deliberately, breaking. Orestes, pursued to the point of complete exhaustion, fled at last to Athens itself, and threw himself upon Athena's own mercy at her own temple on the Acropolis. And it is worth pausing on the genuine novelty of what Athena chose to do next, because no earlier story this whole tradition has ever told offers anything quite like it. She did not simply pardon Orestes by her own singular divine authority, the way a god in this tradition so often resolved a mortal dispute with a single unilateral word. And she did not simply hand him back to the Furies to be destroyed by the older law they represented. Instead, she did something this entire mythological tradition had never once shown any god doing before. She convened a court, a panel of Athenian citizens selected specifically to hear the case, weigh the actual evidence and the actual circumstances surrounding Orestes' own crime, Apollo's own direct command, his mother's own prior murder of his father, the whole tangled history of grievance and counter-grievance. This whole story had built up across 3 entire generations, and to render a considered verdict through structured argument and formal deliberation, rather than through any single, unappealable act of divine or ancestral fiat. It is worth naming the actual location this tradition assigns to that first trial, because the hill itself, called the Areopagus, the Hill of Ares, standing just below the Acropolis in the heart of Athens, would go on to lend its own name to the actual historical council of Athenian elders that met on that exact same ground for centuries afterward, judging real capital cases under Athenian law. Long after the mythical trial this story describes had passed into legend, a physical, unbroken link between myth and lived Athenian civic institution, every bit as direct as the sacred olive tree this whole night's story opened upon. Apollo himself appeared to argue Orestes' own defence before this new court, while the Furies themselves served in effect as the prosecution, demanding the ancient right of blood vengeance be honoured regardless of any context Apollo's own testimony might offer, and the human jurors, weighing an argument this complicated and this genuinely without precedent for the very first time in the history of their own civilization, found themselves divided evenly, unable to reach the clear majority verdict the case seemed to demand. It was Athena herself presiding over the proceedings who cast the deciding vote, and it is worth naming what she actually decided, because the specific reasoning this tradition attributes to her matters every bit as much as the verdict itself. She voted to acquit Orestes, citing, in Aeschylus's own surviving text, her own particular sympathy, as a goddess born with no mother at all, for the specific weight this case placed on a father's own authority against a mother's, a piece of reasoning modern readers have every reason to find genuinely uncomfortable, since it resolves a case about matricide by leaning, quite explicitly, on Athena's own motherless birth, rather than on any more universal principle of justice a modern court might reach for instead. It is worth naming that discomfort honestly rather than passing over it, because it means even this tradition's single clearest triumph of reasoned law over blind mechanical vengeance was decided, in the end, by one particular goddess' own particular and rather personal bias, a detail worth holding alongside everything this whole night has already shown you about the genuine limits of Athena's own celebrated impartiality. But it is worth naming too what this same verdict actually established for everyone watching it, mortal and divine alike, because its true significance lay considerably less in Orestes' own individual fate than in the precedent the trial itself had just set. For the first time in the entire history, this tradition describes a case of blood guilt had been resolved not through an endless, self-perpetuating cycle of vengeance, answering vengeance, answering vengeance, the exact mechanism that had already claimed Iphigenia and Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, in turn across 3 successive generations of the very same family, but through structured argument, weighed evidence, and a considered verdict rendered by a panel of citizens acting, however imperfectly, in the name of reasoned law rather than raw retribution. It is worth naming this as, quite simply, the mythological founding of trial by jury itself, the origin point this entire ancient tradition offered for the basic legal principle, still built into courtrooms across the whole of the modern world. This story is being told inside of tonight, that a person accused of even the gravest crime deserves to have that crime weighed through argument and evidence, rather than settled by whichever party holds the most immediate power to enforce their own version of justice. It is worth naming finally what became of the Furies themselves once this new court had rendered its verdict, because their own transformation is, in its own way, the true emotional resolution of this entire trilogy. Enraged at first by a verdict that denied them the ancient right they had pursued Orestes across the whole of Greece to claim, the Furies threatened, this story tells us, to curse the whole of Athens itself in retaliation for having been overruled. Athena, rather than simply banishing them or overpowering them by force, both options this tradition makes clear were genuinely within her own power, chose instead to persuade them, offering the Furies a permanent home and a place of lasting honour within the city itself, a shrine of their own where Athenian citizens would continue to honour and appease them for as long as the city endured, transforming their own role from purely punitive avengers answering only to the oldest and bloodiest law into protective guardians of the very civic order that had just, in effect, retired their own original function. The Furies, moved by this offer, accepted and took from that moment forward a new name, the Eumenides, the kindly ones, a euphemism this tradition understood as both genuinely respectful and genuinely necessary, since naming a being kindly was itself, in this culture's own careful and superstitious relationship with language, believed to help make that same being actually behave more kindly in turn. It is worth sitting for a moment with what this entire sequence actually tells us about the specific and considered shape of Athena's own wisdom, because it is the single clearest example this whole night's case has to offer of every quality this evening has already named working together at once. The practical judgment to recognise that an old system was failing everyone it touched, the strategic patience to build something genuinely new rather than simply imposing a quick and unilateral fix, and the diplomatic skill to bring even her own case's most implacable opponents around to accepting that new system willingly, rather than merely being overpowered into a resentful and temporary silence. It is worth naming, too, that this single mythological trial stands, by the honest reckoning of legal historians who have studied it, at or very near the symbolic origin point of an entire tradition of reasoned, evidence-weighing law that runs in an unbroken, if often imperfect line, all the way down to the courtrooms operating in cities across the whole of the modern world tonight. A goddess's own single deciding vote, cast on a bare Athenian hillside so many centuries ago, still echoing, whether any single modern juror or judge has ever once heard her name, in the basic structure of how a great deal of the world still tries, however imperfectly, to decide what justice actually requires. It is worth naming too that the Areopagus this mythical trial is set upon was never only a piece of legend, because the actual historical council that met on that same physical hill continued functioning as a real institution of Athenian government for centuries after Aeschylus first staged this same trial in front of a living Athenian audience, and it is worth naming, honestly, that the real Areopagus's own actual power waxed and waned across that history in ways considerably messier than the myth's own tidy founding story might suggest, in the year 462 before Christ, a reforming Athenian statesman named Ephialtes, working alongside a younger colleague named Pericles, who would go on, as this evening has already told you, to build the Parthenon itself a generation later, stripped the historical Areopagus Council of nearly all its remaining political authority, leaving it, from that point forward, with jurisdiction over homicide cases alone, the one specific function this evening's own telling of the Orestes myth had credited Athena with establishing for it in the first place, while transferring the council's own broader oversight of Athenian civic life to more directly democratic bodies drawn from the wider citizen population. It is worth sitting with the layered irony of that particular reform, because it means the actual historical Athenians who watched Aeschylia's own play performed on stage only a few years after Ephialtes' own reforms had just finished narrowing that same real institution's own power down to precisely the single function the goddess herself was shown inventing it for, watching, in other words, a myth about their patron goddess founding a court whose own real-world descendant had only just been cut back by their own city's own recent and still controversial legislation to do exactly and only the one thing the play was about to show her personally creating it to do. How we know any of this at all, it is worth pausing, before this whole long case moves any further toward its own conclusion, on the actual sources this entire evening's telling has been built from, because Athena's own story, like nearly every other story this channel has ever told in this room, comes down to us through a whole chorus of competing and not always perfectly consistent ancient voices, rather than through any single, settled account. Hesiod's Theogony, composed sometime around the 8th century before Christ, gives us our earlier surviving account of her own strange birth from Zeus's own open skull, though it is worth naming that even Hesiod's own text leaves several important details, including the precise mechanics of Metis's own continued existence inside her husband's body, considerably vaguer than later tradition would eventually fill them in to be. Homer, composing the Iliad and the Odyssey in roughly that same general period, gives us our fullest and most vivid picture of Athena in direct personal action, disguising herself, counselling her favoured mortals, intervening directly in the fighting at Troy, though it is worth remembering, as this channel has already noted in an earlier telling of Zeus's own story, that Homer's gods are consistently drawn as considerably more personal, more domestic, and more emotionally recognisable than the more cosmic, more distant figures Hesiod's own, considerably more formal poetry tends to describe. It is worth naming too the playwright Aeschylus specifically, because the Oresteia, and its final instalment the Eumenides, is our single most important and most detailed surviving source for the whole Areopagus trial this evening, has just spent so long describing, composed for actual performance before an actual Athenian civic audience in the 5th century before Christ, an audience that would have understood the connection between the mythical trial on stage and the real, functioning Athenian legal institution meeting on that same physical hill considerably more immediately and more personally than any modern listener possibly can. It is worth naming too the Roman poet Ovid, whose Metamorphoses gives us our fullest surviving version of both the Arachne story and the darker, more troubling Ovidian telling of Medusa's own transformation, composed considerably later than either Hesiod or Homer, and reflecting, this channel has already noted in an earlier telling, Ovid's own particular and very Roman fascination with transformation and metamorphosis as the defining engine of the whole created world. It is worth naming too one further and rather unexpected appearance Athens' own founding myth makes in an entirely different kind of ancient text, because the philosopher Plato himself, writing considerably later than any of the poets or playwrights this evening has already named, opens two of his own dialogues, the Timaeus and the unfinished Critias, with a framing story in which an Athenian statesman named Solon, travelling in Egypt generations before Plato's own lifetime, is told by an elderly Egyptian priest that Athens itself was, by the priest's own reckoning, already 9,000 years old at the time of that same conversation, founded, the priest tells Solon, by the very goddess whose own name the Egyptians recognised under a different local title entirely. And it is this same framing conversation that Plato uses to introduce his own famous account of the lost island of Atlantis, a single, vivid, and entirely invented detail deployed, this telling wants to note honestly, as a philosophical device rather than as any genuine historical claim, but worth naming here regardless, because it shows us that even Athens' own philosophers, writing centuries after Homer and Hesiod and Aeschylus, had already fixed most of Athena's own major stories into their familiar shape, still reached instinctively for her own founding myth whenever they needed to frame their own city as considerably older and considerably wiser than any of its rivals could credibly claim to be. It is worth naming, finally, two further sources this whole evening has leaned on more quietly but no less genuinely. Apollodorus's Bibliotheca, compiled centuries after any of these other sources, gathers together an enormous range of competing mythological traditions into something closer to a single organised reference. Useful precisely because it preserves details and variant tellings that might otherwise have been lost entirely, even though its own late date means it cannot be treated as any kind of direct or unmediated witness to what the earliest Greek worshippers of Athena actually believed. And it is worth naming once more the travel writer Pausanias, touring the whole of Greece in the 2nd century after Christ, and describing, with the careful, curious eye of an eyewitness determined to record exactly what he actually saw, rather than merely what he had read, the Parthenon and the wider Acropolis sanctuary as they actually stood in his own lifetime, already ancient even by his own considerable historical distance from either Hesiod or Aeschylus, a source without whom considerably more of tonight's own account of Athena's actual physical cult worship would rest on nothing firmer than a poem's own say-so. And it is worth returning one final time to Herodotus, whose account of the burned and regrown olive tree that opened this whole evening's story stands apart from every other source this telling has just named, because it alone among them describes not a myth passed down across centuries of retelling, but an event Herodotus' own informants had, in all likelihood, actually witnessed themselves, a rare and genuinely precious moment in this whole long night story where legend and lived, dated, corroborated history touch one another directly, a wisdom the rest of the ancient world reached for under different names. It is worth pausing, before we bring this whole long case toward its own close, to set Athena's own particular kind of wisdom beside the wisdom other ancient civilizations built into their own gods, because the comparison sharpens considerably what actually made the Greek version distinctive. In ancient Egypt, wisdom and cosmic order were embodied not in a single warrior goddess, but in Mat, an abstract principle of truth, balance, and rightful order, personified as a goddess whose own feather was weighed, in Egyptian funerary belief, directly against the heart of every soul entering the afterlife, a wisdom considerably more cosmic and considerably more impersonal than anything this whole night has shown you Athena practicing, closer to Sophia in the deep, contemplative sense than to the practical Metis this evening has spent so long describing as Athena's own particular specialty. Egyptian tradition also gave this same portfolio, in a different register, to Thoth, god of writing and of measured, careful knowledge, a deity considerably more scholarly and considerably less martial than Athena ever was. It is worth naming too that Thoth was believed, by Egyptian tradition, to have personally invented the art of writing itself, presiding as scribe of the gods over the very weighing of the heart this same tradition placed at the centre of its own vision of the afterlife, a role that bound the whole Egyptian concept of wisdom considerably more tightly to the written word and to formal, bureaucratic record-keeping than anything this whole evening has shown you of Athena's own considerably more improvisational situational intelligence, a goddess who solved problems in the moment, on a battlefield or at a loom, rather than one who governed, the way Thoth did, the slow, patient, cumulative record of everything a whole civilization had ever written down. In ancient Mesopotamia, the god Enki, known to the later Babylonians as Ea, ruled over wisdom, magic and craft together in a combination that echoes Athena's own blended portfolio of strategic intelligence and practical skill considerably more closely than Mayat's own more abstract cosmic balance does, a god credited, across the Sumerian and Babylonian traditions that worshipped him, with having personally taught humanity the arts of agriculture, writing and craftsmanship, a role this evening's own account of Athena's patronage over weaving and shipbuilding and pottery clearly rhymes with, even though the two traditions developed in genuine and complete independence from one another. It is worth naming too the single most celebrated story this same Mesopotamian tradition tells about Enki's own particular brand of cleverness, because it offers a genuinely striking parallel to this evening's own account of Athena guiding first Perseus, and then Bellerophon, and then Odysseus through a series of apparently impossible tasks, when the gods of that same tradition resolved to destroy humanity entirely in a great flood, growing weary, in the oldest surviving versions of this story, of the sheer noise a rapidly multiplying human population made. It was Enki alone among the assembled gods who secretly warned a single favoured mortal, variously named Utnapishtim or Atrahasis depending on which ancient version of the story a listener happens to be following, instructing him to build a boat and save his own family and a breeding population of every animal before the floodwaters actually arrived. A single act of quiet, personal favour extended to one mortal against his own fellow gods' collective decision that this evening's listeners will very likely recognise as following almost exactly the same shape this whole night has already shown you, Athena's own favour for Odysseus taking, a wisdom god working, in both traditions, not through any grand public decree, but through a single whispered warning delivered privately to the one mortal that God had personally judged worth saving. It is worth naming finally that this same flood story and the god who quietly undermined his own fellow deities' collective verdict to save a single favoured household very likely reached the authors of the biblical flood narrative through some chain of cultural contact. This evening is not going to try to trace in any detail, a reminder worth sitting with for a moment, that the specific personal favour-driven model of divine wisdom this whole evening has spent so long describing in Athena's own particular case was never a uniquely Greek invention at all, but one recurring answer, arrived at independently or through contact and borrowing, in ways scholars still argue over today, to a question nearly every ancient civilization that ever built a pantheon of gods eventually had to ask itself whether the wisest thing a god could actually do with real power was to rule everyone equally and impersonally, or to choose, carefully and specifically, exactly one mortal worth saving. And in the considerably later Norse tradition, wisdom took on a shape closer, in its own way, to the opposite of Athena's own complete and effortless birth. Because Odin, the Norse king of the gods, is remembered as having earned his own wisdom only through genuine and considerable sacrifice, giving up one of his own eyes, in exchange for a single drink from the well of the wise being Mimir, and later hanging himself from the world tree Yggdrasil for 9 full days and nights, pierced by his own spear in order to win the secret knowledge of the runes. It is worth pausing on that specific contrast, because it is the clearest single comparison this whole evening has to offer. wisdom in the Norse tradition purchased at real and permanent physical cost, an eye given up forever in exchange for a single drink of insight, against wisdom in the Greek tradition arriving, in Athena's own case, entirely without cost or sacrifice at all, complete and armoured from the very first instant of her own existence. A difference that says something genuinely revealing about what each of these two very different ancient cultures actually believed wisdom was worth, and what, if anything, it ought to cost the being who came to possess it. It is worth naming, too, a further tradition considerably further east than any this evening has named so far, because the comparison sharpens Athena's own particular character once more from an entirely different angle. In the religious traditions of the Indian subcontinent, wisdom, learning, and the arts together found their own goddess in Saraswati. Portrayed, across thousands of years of continuous and still living worship, seated calmly with a stringed instrument called a veena in her own hands, a goddess of music and eloquence and learning considerably more associated across the whole of her own long history with contemplation, teaching, and the patient cultivation of the arts than with anything resembling Athena's own considerable capacity for organised violence. It is worth sitting with that particular contrast for a moment. A wisdom goddess who carries an instrument for making beauty rather than a spear for making war, because it suggests that even within the single broad category of wisdom deity, the Greek tradition made a genuinely distinctive choice in binding its own goddess of learning and craft so tightly to the discipline and the strategy of the battlefield, a choice that tells us something true about how thoroughly this particular civilization, surrounded across the whole of its own recorded history by real and recurring warfare, had come to believe that clear thinking and successful fighting were, in the end, simply two expressions of the very same underlying excellence. The owl that never stopped watching. It is worth turning, before we let this whole long case rest, to a present-day bridge this evening has already been quietly building toward from its very first sentence, because Athena's own particular symbol has never actually left the world that first worshipped her, even in places that no longer remember her own name. The little owl that served as her constant companion across this entire tradition was so closely and so consistently associated with her own worship at Athens specifically, that ancient naturalists eventually attached her own name directly to its actual biological classification, and the species still carries that same name today in modern scientific taxonomy. Athene noctua, the little owl, found across a wide stretch of Europe and Asia, and still, to this day, formally and permanently named for a goddess whose temples have stood empty for well over 1,000 years. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely remarkable role this same bird played in the actual historical economic life of ancient Athens, because the city's own silver coinage, minted from the rich veins of the nearby Laurian mines and stamped, on its reverse side, with Athena's own owl beside a small sprig of her own sacred olive, became so reliably trusted for its own consistent silver content across the whole of the ancient Mediterranean trading world that merchants far beyond the borders of Attica itself preferred these coins, commonly nicknamed simply owls, over their own local currencies whenever a transaction genuinely mattered, giving rise to an ancient Greek expression. Bringing owls to Athens used to describe any pointless or redundant gesture, since a city already so thoroughly associated with its own owl-marked silver had no conceivable need for anyone to bring it any more, an idiom whose own modern English descendant, carrying coals to Newcastle, still captures exactly the same basic idea today in an entirely different country, built around an entirely different resource. It is worth naming, finally, how thoroughly the language and the imagery this whole tradition built around Athena has continued to shape institutions that have nothing at all to do with ancient Greek religion in any formal sense. The word mentor, this evening has already told you, descends directly from the disguise Athena wore while guiding Telemachus across the Odyssey, still used today by nearly every modern institution, corporate academic or otherwise, that formally pairs an experienced advisor with someone earlier in their own career. Owls themselves remain, across a great many modern cultures that have never once worshipped Athena directly, one of the most immediately recognizable visual symbols of wisdom and learning in the world, carved into the crests and seals of universities and libraries on nearly every continent, a symbolic inheritance so thoroughly absorbed into the modern visual language of education that most people encountering an owl on a university crest today have no idea they are looking, however distantly, at the last surviving fragment of an ancient Athenian goddess's own personal emblem. It is worth naming too a handful of considerably more direct and considerably more literal survivals, because Athena's own image has never actually stopped being built, even in centuries and in countries that never once formally worshipped her. On the western coast of the modern United States, the state seal of California, adopted in the middle of the 19th century, still carries, standing at its own centre, a full-length figure of the goddess Minerva, Athena's own Roman counterpart chosen specifically, the seal's own designers recorded at the time, because California had entered the Union directly as a state without ever first passing through the intermediate stage of formal territory, an administrative shortcut the seal's own framers wanted, commemorated by a goddess famous, above every other single quality this whole evening has described, for having been born a full and complete adult with no childhood stage in between. And in the city of Nashville, Tennessee, on the other side of that same country, stands a full-scale, exact dimension replica of the Parthenon itself, built originally for a temporary exposition in 1897 and rebuilt permanently in concrete in the 1920s, housing today, inside its own quiet, deliberately faithful reconstruction, a modern reconstruction of Phidias's own lost gold and ivory statue, standing by any measure considerably closer to the height and the presence that ancient statue actually possessed than any surviving fragment of the genuine original in Athens itself does today. A genuinely strange fact worth sitting with for a moment, that the single most complete surviving impression of what it actually felt like to stand in front of Athena Parthenos in her own full, imposing scale, exists today not on the Acropolis at all, but in a public park in the American South, a treasury built for allies, and a city that stopped listening to its own patron goddess. It is worth pausing before we let this whole long night settle toward its own conclusion on one further piece of genuine documented history rather than myth, because it may be the single most pointed and the single most uncomfortable both hands accounting this entire evening has to offer, and it belongs, appropriately enough, to the very city this whole night story has spent so many hours describing as Athena's own particular favourite. Following the great Persian invasion, this evening's own opening scene already described in full, the Athenians and a great many other Greek city-states formed a joint military alliance. Modern historians call it the Delian League, pooling resources, ships, and above all silver, contributed by every member state into a common treasury originally kept, fittingly enough, on the sacred island of Delos, meant to fund the alliance's own continued defence against any future Persian threat. It is worth naming, plainly, what Athens actually did with that same shared treasury, once its own leadership had grown confident enough in the alliance's own military dominance to feel it could act with relatively little fear of any real objection from its own supposed partners. Around the middle of the 5th century before Christ, the Athenians moved the entire treasury from Delos to Athens itself, citing by their own official reasoning greater safety for funds meant to protect the whole alliance, and it was from this same relocated treasury, drawn from the contributions of dozens of allied city-states who had paid into it for their own collective defence rather than for any Athenian building project, that Pericles funded a very considerable portion of the Parthenon and the Athena Promachos, and the whole of the ambitious building programme this evening has already described at real length, an act several contemporary Athenian critics, this tradition preserves for us directly through the historian Plutarch's own later account, condemned openly and publicly at the time as a kind of civic theft. Dressing the city, one surviving criticism runs, like a vain woman decking herself out in expensive jewellery paid for with funds that belonged by any honest accounting to considerably poorer allies who had trusted Athens to spend their own contributions on the shared safety they had actually paid for. It is worth sitting with the genuine irony of that particular history for a moment, because it means the single most magnificent temple ever built to the goddess of wise and disciplined judgment was funded in no small part by resources diverted from an alliance of smaller and less powerful states who had very little practical means of objecting to that diversion once Athens' own navy had grown too dominant for any of them to safely resist. Wisdom's own greatest monument standing in this one very real and very well documented sense, on a foundation the goddess's own more careful judgment, applied honestly rather than merely invoked for decoration, might reasonably have counselled against. And it is worth naming finally what became of that same city, wisest of all Greece by its own patron goddess's own reputation, across the century that followed the Parthenon's own completion, because the honest answer offers this whole long night's case its single most sobering closing lesson. Athens, whose own alliance had been built in the name of common defence, spent the following decades gradually transforming that same alliance into something considerably closer to an empire, extracting tribute from unwilling member states and crushing, on more than one well-documented occasion, any city that attempted to withdraw from an alliance it had never actually agreed to be permanently bound inside. It was this same steadily growing Athenian power, and the genuine fear it provoked among its neighbours, that helped ignite the long and ultimately catastrophic Peloponnesian War against Sparta and its own allies, a conflict that would consume, across nearly 3 full decades of fighting, an entire generation of Athenian men, and that would see the city's own leadership, part-way through that same war, approve one of the single, most reckless military gambles in the whole of ancient Greek history, a massive naval expedition launched against the distant and far more powerful city of Syracuse in Sicily, urged forward by a charismatic and considerably less careful young Athenian statesman named Alcibiades, over the explicit and repeatedly stated objections of more cautious voices, an expedition that ended, in the year 413 before Christ, in the near total destruction of the entire Athenian fleet and army that had been sent to carry it out, a single catastrophic decision from which the city's own military and financial power would never fully recover. It is worth naming, too, that Athens, even in its own eventual military defeat, produced across this same turbulent century the philosopher Socrates, a man this whole civilization would come to remember as among the wisest it had ever produced, in the fullest, most contemplative sense of that word, the Sophia, this evening's own earlier discussion of Greek vocabulary, named as the deepest and most philosophical of the 4 distinct kinds of wisdom the Greek language actually recognised, and it is worth naming, with real and considered discomfort, exactly what that same city eventually did to him. In the year 399 before Christ, in the uneasy years following Athens' own final defeat in the long war against Sparta, an Athenian jury convened. This evening's own earlier telling of Athena's Areopagus trial has already reminded you, through precisely the kind of structured legal process this whole night has credited the goddess herself with having personally tried Socrates on charges of corrupting the city's own young men and failing to honour the city's own recognised gods, and condemned him, by a considered vote of that same jury, to death. It is worth pausing honestly on the full and uncomfortable weight of that particular fact before we let this whole evening move toward its own close, because it means the very same city that had built the grandest temple the ancient world ever raised to the goddess of wisdom, and that had inherited through her own mythical courtroom on the Areopagus the very legal machinery this whole night has credited with replacing blind vengeance with reasoned judgment, used that same inherited machinery within the span of a single lifetime to condemn to death the one citizen later ages would come to regard as having embodied, more fully than perhaps any other single Athenian who ever lived, the deep, patient, examined form of wisdom Athena's own more practical and more strategic gifts had never quite been designed to cultivate in the first place. It is worth naming this final irony plainly rather than smoothing it into some tidier and more comfortable conclusion, because it may be the single most honest thing this whole long night has to tell you about the actual lived relationship between a goddess's own celebrated reputation and the very human city that built its whole civic identity around claiming her for its own. That a court built in wisdom's own name is never, by itself, any permanent guarantee that the people using it will go on using it wisely, and that the goddess who broke one ancient cycle of vengeance on a bare hillside so many centuries before could not, in the end, reach forward through all the years that followed to stop her own favoured city from occasionally using that same court, that same navy, and that same hard-won reputation for clear judgment to make choices considerably less wise than the ones she herself had once modelled for it. It is worth naming, too, one further and considerably gentler piece of this same city's own philosophical legacy, because it offers this whole long evening a somewhat more hopeful note to close its own historical detour upon. Plato, a former student of Socrates who watched his own teacher condemned by that same Athenian jury, and who spent much of his own subsequent life trying to work out how a city might govern itself more wisely than the one that had just killed the wisest man he had ever known, founded in the early decades of the 4th century before Christ, a school of philosophy on the outskirts of Athens in a grove of olive trees. This evening's own earlier telling of Athena's own gift to the city already reminding you exactly whose sacred tree that grove was planted with, sacred to a legendary local hero named Academus, a name that survives today, transformed only slightly in the modern English word academy, still used for institutions of higher learning on every inhabited continent. It was in that same grove, walking among trees descended, at least in the reverent understanding of Plato's own students, from Athena's own original gift to the city, that the Western philosophical tradition's own first formal school of higher learning actually took root, and it is worth sitting with that detail for a moment before this whole evening moves on, because it means the very same city that had just executed its own most searching philosophical mind found itself, within a single generation, host to an institution that would go on, across the following 9 centuries, to train the very tradition of patient, structured, rational inquiry that a modern listener still recognises, however distantly, as one of the direct ancestors of every university now teaching anywhere in the world, planted, however coincidentally, in a grove of the exact tree a goddess of wisdom had once struck up out of bare rock to win an argument about which gift a struggling young settlement actually needed most. Both hands held open one final time. It is worth pausing, before we bring this whole long case to its own close, to hold every piece of tonight's evidence up together at once, the way this channel has always insisted on doing across every story we have ever told in this room, because a fair accounting of Athena's own claim to wisdom cannot simply celebrate the Areopagus and the olive tree, and quietly set aside Arachne's spider and Medusa's serpents, as though they belonged to some entirely separate goddess. Both sides of this ledger are equally real, equally attested across the same ancient sources and equally necessary to any honest understanding of who this particular goddess actually was to the people who worshipped her for 1,000 years. On one side of that ledger stands a goddess who chose, again and again, the quieter and more genuinely useful gift over the more dazzling and ultimately empty one. An olive tree over an undrinkable spring, a golden bridle over brute force, a courtroom over an endless cycle of blood vengeance, and who extended, more than once across tonight's own long telling, a genuine and thoughtfully considered mercy to mortals. The rules of her own world did not strictly require her to show at all, Tiresias's gift of prophecy standing as the clearest single example of a goddess capable of turning an irreversible harm into something considerably closer to an honest exchange. On the other side of that same ledger stands a goddess who transformed a temple's own violated priestess into a monster, rather than confront the fellow Olympian actually responsible for that violation, who tore apart a mortal weaver's own flawless and honestly rendered tapestry, rather than sit with an uncomfortable truth about her own family's conduct, and whose own single greatest legal triumph, the founding of trial by jury itself, was decided in the end by a deciding vote resting on her own personal and rather narrow sympathy, rather than on any more universal principle a modern listener might have preferred to see it grounded in instead. It is worth naming too one further pattern. This same ledger reveals once every one of tonight's stories is actually laid out side by side, because it is considerably easier to see across the whole sweep of this evening than it was inside any single story taken on its own. Tydeus lost his own promised immortality not to any failure of Athena's own judgment, but to a genuinely deserved disgust at his own savagery, a case, on close examination, that belongs squarely on this ledger's more defensible side. But Hector lost his own life to a borrowed brother's voice, and Laocoon lost his own to two serpents sent specifically to keep an entire city from hearing the one true warning that might have saved it, and Marsyas lost the very skin from his own body for the crime of picking up an instrument a goddess had thrown away in a fit of embarrassment she herself never had to answer for. 3 considerably harder cases in which the actual cost of Athena's own wounded pride, or her own tactical convenience, fell on someone who had done remarkably little, if anything at all, to actually deserve it. It is worth naming honestly that this same pattern, a god's own dignity or a god's own strategy preserved at a mortal bystander's expense, runs through nearly every mythology this evening has already set beside the Greek tradition tonight, and that it would be unfair to single Athena out as uniquely cruel among a whole crowded heaven of gods this channel has shown you, across many other knights in this room behaving very much the same way. But it would be equally unfair, and considerably less honest, to let her own genuine reputation for clear-eyed wisdom quietly launder that same pattern out of the story entirely, and this whole evening has tried, from its very first sentence to this one, to do neither. It is worth asking, honestly, at the end of an evening spent walking through both sides of that ledger together, whether Athena actually deserves the title this whole night has spent so long examining, the wisest of the Greek gods, and the honest answer, here as so often elsewhere in this tradition, resists the easy verdict either direction offers on its own. She was, by any fair accounting of practical, strategic and civic intelligence, very likely the single most consistently clear-headed and consistently useful god in the entire Greek pantheon, a deity whose gifts, unlike so many other Olympians' gifts this channel has described across other nights in this room, tended overwhelmingly to leave the mortals who received them genuinely better off, rather than merely more entangled in some fresh divine complication. And she was, in nearly the very same breath, a goddess whose own wisdom, however real and however consistently useful, was never quite the same thing as warmth, or as mercy freely given rather than mercy carefully calculated. A goddess born with no childhood, and perhaps not coincidentally, remembered across this entire tradition as never quite as forgiving of ordinary mortal weakness as a wisdom earned slowly. Through the same kind of hard mortal experience, Tiresias himself was eventually granted 7 full lifetimes to accumulate, might reasonably have been expected to become. It may help, before we walk the whole shape of tonight's case back through in order, to gather together for just a moment everything this long evening has already asked your own senses to hold, because this whole telling has moved across a great deal of ground since it first opened on a blackened stump. The sudden, full-throated war cry of a goddess arriving already grown, shaking the whole of Olympus in a single instant. The dry rasp of a spear point striking bare rock, and the low, patient creak of a single olive branch unfurling where it landed. The high, wordless wail of 2 immortal sisters waking to a grief with no target carried forward. This evening has already shown you into the very shape of a musical instrument built to imitate it. The particular mixed smell of dust and incense and roasting sacrificial meat rising off the Panathenaic Way on a hot summer morning. The cold, mechanical silence of a temple entrance being bricked shut, one stone at a time, around a man too dangerous to kill and too sacred a captive to simply drag outside. The single, high, sunlit flash of a bronze spear tip, visible from a ship still many miles out at open sea. It is worth carrying all 6 of those sensations forward together now into this long night's own final accounting, because they belong, every one of them, to the same goddess, and any honest verdict on her own claim to wisdom has to hold the war cry and the olive branch and the bricked-up silence in the very same 2 hands at once. Walking back through the whole of it, it may help now, before we let this long night settle toward its own close, to walk the whole shape of tonight's argument once more in order, the way we try to do on other long nights in this room, because seeing the pieces laid end to end reveals a case that is easy to lose sight of story by story. It begins inside her own father's body, a mother swallowed whole out of fear of a prophecy that never actually had the chance to name its true danger correctly. A daughter carried silently inside that same darkness until a headache and an axe finally let her step, fully grown and fully armoured, into a world that had never once seen a birth like it before. It continues through a contest on a bare rock that gave an entire city its own name, a single olive tree outlasting in the end both a god's own furious flood and a fire set by the largest army the ancient world had yet assembled against it, discovered regrown, a single cubit tall, on the very morning this whole story first opened upon. It runs through a secret chest and 2 sisters who could not resist the one thing they were asked not to look at, through a giant's own flayed skin worn as armour, and a second giant buried beneath an entire smoking island, through a peplos woven each year by the careful hands of Athenian girls, and an economy built, quite literally, on the oil pressed from a single goddess's own gift. It turns more than once toward a considerably colder judgment than this whole evening's opening case might have led you to expect. A weaver rewoven into a spider for the crime of having told an uncomfortable truth too skillfully, a priestess transformed into a monster for a violence that was never once her own fault, a blind seer granted prophecy only because his own sight could never actually be given back to him. It runs through a war lost before it ever properly began, decided against her on a quiet mountainside by a shepherd more interested in the world's most beautiful woman than in the goddess of wisdom's own considerably less immediately gratifying gift, and through 10 years of fighting in which that same rejected goddess counselled restraint in one breath and guided a spear directly into a fellow Olympian's own hand in the next. It runs through a wooden horse built at her own quiet suggestion, through 2 serpents sent from the sea to silence the one priest whose warning might have kept that same horse outside the city's own walls, through a brother's own borrowed voice offered to a doomed man in his own final hour, and through a decade of storms sent at her own request against the very army whose cause she had championed for so long, once that same army's own final violence had defiled her own sanctuary a second time. It runs, too, through a temple in Sparta bricked shut around a living man, through a treasury moved from one island to a city that had never actually owned it, and through a jury, that same city's own proudest invention, condemning to death the one citizen who had perhaps most fully earned the very word this whole night has spent so long examining. And it closes, or very nearly closes, on a bare hillside just beneath her own temple, where a single deciding vote, cast by a motherless goddess weighing a case about the murder of a mother, ended, for the very first time in this entire tradition's own imagination, an endless chain of vengeance, answering vengeance, answering vengeance, and offered in its place something this whole long night has tried to show you was genuinely new under that same ancient sky. Reasoned argument, weighed evidence, and a considered verdict, however imperfectly reached, in place of whichever party happened to hold the most immediate power to enforce their own version of justice. What tonight's story leaves us to decide. It is fair to ask, at the end of an evening like this one, the very question this channel likes to leave sitting in the dark at the close of nearly every long story we tell in this room. Was Athena actually the wisest of the Greek gods? Or was she, in the end, simply the coldest, the most controlled, the least willing among all her siblings to ever let a genuine feeling interfere with a correct and carefully calculated decision? The honest answer, here as so often elsewhere, is that both of these things were true at once, and that separating them entirely would cost the story something essential rather than clarify it. She was, by any fair accounting of practical judgment, strategic restraint, and genuine civic invention. A goddess whose gifts reshaped the actual lived architecture of an entire civilization, an olive tree that fed it, a craft tradition that enriched it, and a courtroom that gave it, for the first time in its own recorded memory, a way of settling its worst disputes that did not simply repeat them, generation after generation, forever. And she was, in nearly the very same breath, a goddess whose own wisdom so often arrived without warmth, a judgment rendered swiftly and rarely revisited once made, a mercy extended generously to the mortals she'd already chosen to favour and withheld, more than once, from the ones who had simply had the misfortune of standing too close to a god's own violence or a god's own wounded pride at exactly the wrong moment. Perhaps that is, in the end, the truest thing this whole long night has to tell you about wisdom of any kind, divine or otherwise, that the capacity to see clearly, to choose correctly, and to act with genuine strategic skill was never, by itself, quite the same thing as the capacity to feel, fully and without reservation, the actual human cost that clear-eyed correctness sometimes still carries for the people standing closest to it, and that a goddess born with no childhood at all, however complete and however genuinely impressive the wisdom she arrived already possessing, may have been left, by that very same completeness, with one piece of ordinary human wisdom she never actually had the chance to learn the slow, difficult, mortal way. That being right and being kind are not always, in the end, quite the same accomplishment, and that the wisest choice available in any given moment is not always the coldest one. There was Metis, who counselled her own husband, patiently, from inside the very darkness he had trapped her in, and whose own name became, in her daughter, a whole new kind of intelligence loosed into the world. There was the olive tree, planted on a bare rock in a single instant and still standing, however many times it has had to grow itself back from ash on that same rock today. There was Pallas, a friend whose accidental death this goddess carried forward, folded permanently into her own name for the whole of the rest of her own long existence. There was Erechthonius, raised in secret out of a violence he never chose and grown, under careful guardianship, into a king remembered for his own wisdom, rather than his own strange and troubled birth. There was Arachne, whose honest hands wove a truth this goddess could not bear to let stand, and who weaves still, in whatever quiet corner of the world you happen to be resting in tonight, on threads spun from nothing but her own body. There was Medusa, whose face this same goddess wears still, upon her own chest, a wound neither of them in the end ever really set down. There was Tiresias, blinded through no fault of his own, and granted in exchange a sight that outlasted his own mortal body by 7 full generations. There was Perseus, and Bellerophon, and Diomedes, and Odysseus, and Telemachus, each one guided, at the exact moment they needed it most, by a quiet voice or a well-timed gift that asked for nothing at all in return, except that they use it well. There was Tydeus, whose own final, savage appetite cost him the immortality this goddess had already come to give him. There was Hector, given a brother's own borrowed voice for just long enough to make his own death possible. There was Laocoon, whose true warning was silenced by the very serpents this evening has already asked you to hear rising out of the sea. There was Marsyas, who found a discarded instrument and paid, with his own skin, for a curse that had never actually been his to inherit. And there were the Furies, transformed at last into the kindly ones, given a permanent home inside the very city whose oldest and bloodiest law they had once served, and asked from that day forward to guard the peace instead of the vengeance, the last watch of the night. And so we come to the end, here in the dark, back where tonight's story began, on a blackened stump atop a ruined citadel, where a single green shoot rose, overnight, out of ash that had every reason in the world to simply stay ash. It is worth letting that image sit with you now, in these last few minutes before sleep finally takes you, because it may be the truest single symbol this whole long night has to offer for everything Athena's own wisdom actually was and actually was not. Not a fire that burns hot and spectacular and is gone by morning, the way Poseidon's own storms and Ares' own bloodlust so often were, but something quieter, slower, and considerably harder to kill outright. A root that holds on beneath the visible wreckage of whatever has just been destroyed, and that grows back, patiently, toward the light, whether or not anyone standing above it actually believes, in the moment, that it still can. If you're still awake out there, thank you for staying with me through the birth with no childhood, and the contest on the bare rock, the woven tapestry torn in anger, and the courtroom built from nothing on a quiet Athenian hillside. There is a kind of peace, I think, in a story old enough to admit that even the wisest being its own imagined heaven ever produced never quite managed to be wise and warm in exactly equal measure, and that the wisdom worth actually wanting in the end might be less about arriving already complete, the way Athena herself once did, and more about the slower, harder, considerably more forgiving wisdom of a root that has been burned before and knows from that same experience exactly how to grow back. Whatever is pressing on you tonight, whatever choice or grief or old unsettled question is keeping your own mind turning instead of resting, it too, like every fire this evening has described, will eventually burn itself out and leave something quieter standing in its place. If you enjoyed this one, please subscribe to this channel and help us in reaching 1,000 subscribers, and feel free to leave a thought down in the comments, along with your location and your local time if you would like, so that some other sleepless soul, somewhere far off in the dark, might know they are not the only one still awake. And if you would like to hear the next story a little early, this channel now posts new episodes on Spotify for creators before they go up anywhere else, and you can find the link waiting for you down in the description whenever you're ready for it. But for now, there is no more rock left to strike tonight, and no more verdict left to weigh. Close your eyes and let yourself drift off to sleep. Good night, and sweet dreams.